All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you're new. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you for waiting patiently. Running a little bit late today, a little bit behind. Doesn't usually happen, but thank you guys for bearing with me. Yeah, we have certainly an interesting stream today. We have some interesting topics that we're going to be discussing. I don't think it's any secret that the bulk of what we're going to be talking about today involves Spider-Man 2. There are many, many, many things to say about Spider-Man 2. And the first thing I want to say up front is this will be a spoiler-free stream. Okay, there are not going to be any spoilers we talk about here. Whenever I complete Spider-Man 2 and I give it a little bit of time, I will do a dedicated spoiler cast or spoiler stream where we talk all about that, and it'll be made clear in the title and the thumbnail, so you'll know if you didn't finish Spider-Man 2 not to click on it. But there are many other aspects of Spider-Man 2 that I want to discuss with you guys. As you can see, based off of my title here, I have put 10 hours, I think it's actually a little bit more than 10 hours into Spider-Man 2 so far. And it's funny because I see quite a few people saying that they've already completed the game. And I mean, it's impressive. I guess if you just start playing it and you don't put it down and you don't stop, I could see how you could complete the game, but I have not completed it yet. I honestly, I don't know. I don't enjoy just kind of playing a game just nonstop that way. I mean, I've been putting a lot of time into Spider-Man 2, but I've definitely been putting it down and taking some breaks and then coming back to it. Why did I delete my previous video? Because a lot of people took it as a spoiler. I mean, it was confirmed. It was something that was said by Insomniac directly, but a lot of people just felt like it was, you know, and I'm not going to mention what it was. You could go look it up if you want. It's something that's already been circulating and been written about. It wasn't like a direct spoiler, but at the same time, some people kind of felt like, even Insomniac saying that themselves and acknowledging it, it felt like they kind of maybe did spoil a little something. And so for the sake of making sure that people, you know, yeah, it's unfortunate. I guess I didn't really think about that when I put the video out. So, you know, I took it down. Not a big deal. And, you know, it's something we'll probably talk about a little bit later. I think maybe that'll make more sense. But I have a super chat here from Josh. Thank you for that, buddy. You're saying, going by most reviews, I did not expect this much of an improvement. The gameplay feels way better, or way deeper and tighter. Wow, that's a hell of a way to describe that, Josh. The combat feels even more visceral. Insomniac cooked again. I don't know how they are doing this. Absolutely, man. Yeah, I have a lot of things I want to say about Spider-Man 2 today because... So, I'm not going to dive into it yet, but just as a little kind of appetizer, I guess, for you guys, what I will say is I obviously expected an improvement. I expected to enjoy the game and feel like this was a great game. I'm right there with you, Josh. I didn't expect this much from this game. I didn't. And I'm not trying to be hyperbolic about it. I'm just genuinely surprised how look, man, I don't normally dump 10 hours into a game within just a day or two of it coming out. That's abnormal for me. That's a lot of time for me to just sit there and, you know, all yesterday, basically, I played it. And, the last game I did this with was Final Fantasy, but that game, you know, was a very long game. And it's for one simple reason. It's because it's an amazing game. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. So I appreciate the super chat, Josh. Very kind of you. We have RPG88 starting off today by gifting a membership. This will be a nice segue into first just thanking RPG88 for the membership gift. Big shout out to you for that, man.
Thank you. Appreciate
getting us started. Let me add that to the counter. There are a couple of ways you can support my channel and support my content and support my streams. Obviously, being here, watching them, engaging with the content goes a very long way. Without that, there would be no stream. So thank you for that. Hit that like button. If you're enjoying Spider-Man 2, if you're excited to talk about Spider-Man 2 over the course of the stream, take a second out of your time, hit that like button. And if you want to go above and beyond and support what I do here, there's 3 ways you can do that. Number 1, becoming a channel member. You gain access to exclusive members-only content. I just did a gameplay commentary on the opening of Spider-Man 2. It's my first ever gameplay commentary, like post-commentary. Never did that before. So that's out there for members now. So if you are a member, go check that out. The only spoiler in it is if you didn't play the first 30 minutes of Spider-Man 2. So you go check that out. But I put out members only content every Saturday. So if you are already a channel member, or if you've been gifted channel memberships, or gifted a membership, I should say, and you have that badge next to your name, you can gift memberships yourself. It's a big thing we do here on the channel. Big shout out to everybody who continues to gift memberships. I very much appreciate that. And finally, you can consider donating a super chat like Josh and Eric from 850 have. It's a great way to get more heavily involved in the conversation, ask questions, give thoughts, make statements, give opinions, everything. And it also supports me directly. So before I really dive into it here, I just want to once again give you guys a big thank you for continuing to support what I do here. And we have Corey the Legend Landiga showing up early today, coming in, dropping 5 membership gifts. Corey is feeling the membership hype already, so he follows up RPG88 and brings us up to 6 memberships on the day. Corey, thank you so much for that, man. You are a very consistent membership gifter, and I'm sure everybody is aware of that. There's a reason why he has the nickname Legendary Landiga, or Corey the Legend Landiga. So really appreciate that, man. That brings us up to 6 already. And I have a super chat from Eric from 850. Thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying, I have to say how impressed I am with this game. You can tell how Insomniac applied what they learned from Ratchet and Clank. The portal usage is phenomenal in combat. I had my mind blown constantly. So yeah, I don't consider it a spoiler because this is stuff that has been shown already. But yeah, there are a couple of things, like you said, man, they're taking directly from Who would have thought they're taking things from Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart and they're putting it in the Spider-Man 2, and it works. It absolutely works, man. I was kind of shocked when I saw that too. There was one moment in particular that I'm not going to mention, not going to say yet because it's a spoiler-free stream, but man, it was awesome. And we have Big MP making his return as well. Big MP comes in and he drops 5 more membership gifts following up Corey Landiga and RPG88. Big shout out to you, Big MP. Thank you so much, man, for keeping the membership train going. And we're off to a very strong start today, guys. That already brings us up to 11 members on the day, which is incredible to see. So thank you for that, man. Let's get some W's in the chat for Big MP, for Corey Landiga, and RPG88. You guys are incredible. But as I'm saying that, before we can even dive into this, man, you guys are starting it off strong. Exley 3000, another legend. Exley 3000 comes in and drops a 10 bomb. Drops an absolute massive 10 memberships gifted to the community. Big shout out to Exley for doing some heavy lifting today alongside Big MP and Corey Landiga. You guys are amazing. That brings us up to 21 members gifted right off the bat. This community is something else, man. Let me tell you. And before I can even finish thanking Exley, Hellbound 1981, another legend. The legends are out in force today. He comes in and he drops 5 more memberships as well. All the legends are in the chat today. Absolutely. Hellbound, thank you so much for that, man. I got to give you guys a crazy Arnold for that one, because you guys are going nuts with this membership train. That's another 5 gifted. That's 26 members. So again, I will let everybody know, if you're new here, we do members content every Saturday. If you get gifted a channel membership, you gain access to not only the content that's coming up as long as you're a member, but all the previous members only content as well. So W's in the chat for these guys. We're not even like 10 minutes into the stream and we're already past the halfway mark for the goal today. So you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Let me see here. Just want to get back to Eric from 850. I just want to make sure I'm giving you your time here, man, because you know what? You're saying you can tell how Insomniac applied what they learned from Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. There are actually multiple things that I noticed just from a visual level, and we're gonna talk about that as we get deeper into the stream. From a visual level, you can tell, because Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart was a PS5 only game. It's available on PC now, but you can tell it was developed first and foremost for the PS5 to try to get the most out of it. And a lot of people were extremely impressed with Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart because it really did feel like it was the first game, like really trying to push, man. Really trying to push what the PS5 can do. And Spider-Man 2 is taking it to another level, it being open world. Absolutely. And holy shit, we got Exley 3000 and Matt Fu both coming in back to back, dropping a total of 15 membership gifts for this community. That is honestly a holy shit right there. I gotta say it just because it's like, wow, that I genuinely wasn't expecting that. Exley 3000, dude, thank you so much, man. That is basically 20 memberships gifted within just a couple of minutes there. So let's get some W's in the chat for these guys, man. And Matt Fu, thank you so much for dropping 5 membership gifts as well. You guys, again, it's mind-blowing. You guys just got us up to 41 members gifted. 41 members. We're like, dude, no wet Corey, bro. Corey the legend steps up, follows Exley's 10, follows Matt Fu's 5, and says, let's drop a fucking 20 bomb on these guys. Corey, the legend, once again, doing heavy lifting for this community, guys. I don't know, that has to be a record of the amount of holy shit sound bites I've used. But goddamn, dude, thank you so much, Corey. Thank you guys so much for your incredible support. Seriously, you guys are something else. Honestly, it's a sight to behold. And I mean, look, we got off to a strong membership train here at the beginning, but I was not expecting it to be this crazy. You guys immediately obliterated the goal, and the goal is very high. The goal is 50. That's a high goal. And Matt Fu follows Corey Landiga with 5 more memberships. You guys will not stop. You guys will not stop. Bring us up to 66 members. Guys, we can't even get to the top. We can't even talk about these Xbots having meltdowns because you guys are busy. No, man, we got to get a membership train going. Huge shout out. I know I'm going on here, but a huge shout out to you guys. Absolutely amazing to see, man. And Hellbound 1981 is keeping that going, man.
Thank you.
Hellbound 1981. Dude, you got, I mean, W's in the chat. You may as well just keep the W's in the chat flowing. Hellbound 1981 does another 5. So let's just recap. Hellbound does 5. Matt Fu does 5. Corey does 20. Matt does 5. Again, Exley does 10. I can't even keep up. Good shit, man. Good shit. You guys, listen, if you are gifting memberships, you guys know who you are, the heavy hitters, even if you're not a heavy hitter, even if you're somebody just donating a super chat, although there are many heavy hitter super chatters, I mean, it's incredible to see. Honestly, anybody who's supporting this channel, you guys are incredible. You guys help grow this community. You keep this community strong. Can't thank you guys enough. So with Hellbound's 5 more members gifted, that's 71 members, guys. 71 members in a matter of not even 10 minutes. I think it's been since the stream started. I've only been live for actually on screen for 10 minutes. You guys are insane. You guys are absolutely insane. So let me update that goal. I got a couple more super chats we'll read, and then we will dive headfirst into these topics into this topic, I should say, because it's really going to be like one major conversation that we're going to have today, but it's going to branch out. So let me update this. And we are good to go. So yeah, impressive stuff, guys. I'm honestly blown away. 71 memberships just like that. Huge numbers. I have what is this? Okay, I have a milestone chat from Cobb Sanity, a member for 4 months. He says, Spider-Man 2 is fire. Keeping it simple, keeping it short, but absolutely true. It is fire, man. It's incredible. I'm seriously I'll be honest. It was hard to pull myself away from the game to do this stream. That's how good the game is, man. I'm having such a good time playing it this weekend. I'm like, I got to do the stream though. We got to talk about this shit. And oh my God, Corey, the legend Landiga will not stop, people. He will not stop with the memberships. He's laughing maniacally in the chat. He says, here's 10 more memberships. He drops another 10 bomb. Oh my God, Corey is going nuts. All of you guys are going nuts. The Spider-Man 2 hype, that's what it is, man. The Spider-Man 2 hype is getting to everybody. It's undeniable. Dude, Corey, thank you so much, man. Corey's been doing this for a long time. He's been out here just supporting this channel, supporting this community, supporting the memberships. And it's awesome to see. So 81 people gifted memberships today. I don't know if all 81 people are here in the chat, but again, I just put out a piece of members-only content yesterday. Go check that out. There's plenty more members content to come in the future. Michael's dropping L's in the chats. L's in the chats. L's in the chat. I mean, hey, man, the L's are there if that's what you want to use, but obviously we go for the W's here, man. But thank you so much for that, Corey. Corey's laughing his ass off. That brings us to 81, guys. 81 memberships. Incredible. Incredible day, man. And it hasn't even begun. Thank you for that. The support is immense. Let me make sure I get these chats. Where are we at here? Andrew Ehrenreich. I think that's how I say your name. Member for 14 months. Longtime member. Thank you for that support, buddy. You're saying loving Spider-Man 2. Keep having to stop and do dumb things like take a shower and go to work. Also, are there any VR games you're looking forward to? Right now, the big VR game that I'm looking forward to is Resident Evil 4 Remake. We still don't have an exact release date on it. They said winter, so I'm assuming it's coming very soon. And that right now is like the big heavy hitter VR title that is going to pull me back into it, no doubt about it. And I'm actually extremely excited about playing that. But when it's you're saying you have to stop to do dumb things like take a shower and go to work, I hear you, man. It's Spider-Man 2 is one of these games where because you know it's not going to take like 80 hours or 50 hours to complete the game or even platinum it's hard to pull yourself away from it. At least that's what I'm discovering. Like the game flows so well. It's so easy to just go from one thing to the next thing to the next thing. I'm actually having trouble getting through the story itself because I keep getting distracted by the side content, which is a great problem to have because I keep wanting to unlock the different suits. I keep wanting to upgrade Miles and Peter. And it's one of these things where I have to keep like kind of, okay, that side mission is literally right there in front of me, but the story mission, I gotta go with that story mission. Dude, this story has hooked me in, man. It has. And I also want to give a big shout out to AZN Panda 510, who actually re-ups his membership. He comes back to greatness awaits. Thank you so much for that, AZN Panda. Really appreciate the support, bud. Welcome back. Go enjoy that members-only content. Good to see. And Andrew, I'm right there with you, man. It's been difficult to pull myself away from this game. We have Unicorn Gamer 97, a member for 3 months. He says, I loved Spider-Man 2 so far. Off topic, but will you consider playing Persona 3 Reload when it comes out? I think you will love it. I pre-ordered it. It's a good question. I mean, it's something that I feel like I absolutely cannot commit to right now because I am totally out of the loop when it comes to Persona. People have been telling me for years now I should play Persona, and I've been saying for years that maybe I will, and then I just never do. A lot of people are saying that Persona 3 Reload is going to be, well, they're basically saying that they're super excited for it, and it's going to be everything that they want it to be. That's my general read. I could be wrong on that, but that's just kind of the feeling I get based off of the reactions I've seen to it. But as somebody who hasn't played Persona, is that a good place to start? That's what I want to know. Is Persona 3 a good place to start? Because, I don't know, man. Everybody's like, you got to play Persona 5. And I'm like, I think I missed that train. I don't know. You got to tell me. And then we got Fred Vance. France Vance. What was that one day where you renamed? Was it France Vance? Is that what we said, Fred? But Fred ADHD Vance comes in and he keeps the membership train going, guys. He's keeping it going. He drops 5 more. That's 87. Guys, we are nearly at 100 members already. You guys are insane. Absolutely insane. So Fred, thank you so much, man. Another legend here coming in strong with 5 memberships gifted. And Jake Skew 27 comes in and says, you know what? I want to chime in here. I want to keep this membership train going strong. He drops a membership gift, bringing us up to 88. I'm telling you, man, this community, you guys always do it. You always do it. So thank you, Fred, Jake. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. You guys are saying I should start with Persona 5 Royal. So you're telling me I should play Persona 5 Royal before Persona 3. And I'm not even promising, I'm not even saying I'm going to play either of these. I'm just trying to figure out where to start if I ever do decide to. Because I'm telling you, a lot of you guys have been asking me to play Persona for a very long time. And it just seems overwhelming. It does. It seems overwhelming. And speaking of overwhelming, holy shit. Look at this. Look at the chat. Look at this. Corey Landiga and Exley 3000 coming together to drop 25 more memberships. 25 more memberships for the community. You just obliterated 100 members. I'm sorry I'm not talking about Spider-Man 2 yet or the Xbots, but holy shit, these guys are going ballistic with the memberships. They are just popping off here, man. W's in the chat. 25 more memberships gifted between Corey Landiga dropping the 20 and actually dropping another 5. Holy shit. Robert West says, catch you later, Tekken time. I don't know why that caught my attention. But Robert said, I gotta go play some Tekken, bro. Dude, I'm hyped for Tekken 8. Tekken 8 looks incredible. And Fred ADHD Vent, guys, I can't even. Al in the chat is saying, what's going on? Dude, they're going crazy with the membership gifting. They do this sometimes, man. This is part of the community. They come out here. As I say, these guys are the sponsors of the channel. Absolutely. The ticker just keeps going off. So Fred ADHD Vance drops 5 more memberships as well. Guys, we're at 118 memberships. 118. We're going to get to the Spider-Man talk. I know, but I got to give these guys their due credit because that is that is mind-blowing, frankly. So God, I would put it to 125. Honestly, I'm just going to set the goal to 150 just cuz I'm certain at the rate you guys are going, we're going to surpass that, and I don't want to have to keep updating it cuz I know it interferes. Holy shit. I'm flabbergasted right now. Yeah, we need a new goal, man. And it's got to go up. It's actually 3,000. Drops another 5, dude. See, this is what I'm saying. I got to go higher because these guys won't stop. And then, dude, Hellbound dropped. There you go. Yes, Fred, you are the ADHD. Hellbound. These guys are like, please stop gifting. We need to hear what he has to say about Spider-Man. You know, it's actually not such a bad thing because it gives more time for more people to file in. But dude, Hellbound 1981 and Exley 3000 both dropped 5 more. Bring it up to 10. So, holy shit, 128 members. Let me update this goal. Guys, thank you so much. Let me update this goal and we'll get into the conversation. I've kept you guys waiting long enough, but to everybody who supports the channel, you get a massive and sincere thank you from me. Seriously. Let me see. I have Josh Z. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. And thank you for being a member, a longtime member. You're saying here, I can feel like something is wrong with me because I'm in no rush to play Spider-Man 2. It looks great, but I'm like, I'll get to it eventually. Is that weird? No, that's not weird, man. I don't think that's weird at all. I think that's totally fine. I think that right now, it's one of these situations where you either know you're day one, you're in there for Spider-Man 2, or you're going to wait. I actually have a friend who feels that exact same way. He's huge into gaming, absolutely, but he's saying Spider-Man 2 is in no way, shape, or form a day one buy for me. I'm going to wait for it, and I'm going to play it later on. But, you know, I don't think there's anything weird about that. I think that it's personal preference at the end of the day. I could understand how maybe it feels a little bit weird if you're here, right, and we're like all talking about how we're playing it right now, but no, man, I'm that way with many games. So, Josh, I don't think it's weird at all. And I got to give another shout out to Matt Fu. Matt Fu, another longtime member, gifting like crazy today. He drops 5 more membership gifts. 5 more membership gifts. You guys just will not stop. Holy shit. That actually brings us up to 133 members. My lord, you guys are off the charts today. Seriously. So massive membership train. But Josh, dude, don't sweat it, man. When it comes to any game, really, I think the best thing to do is to just play it when you feel ready to play it. Whether that's day one at launch, whether that's a week later, months later, or years later, I think everybody just kind of has to make that decision for themselves. And believe me, I have experienced, so I was late to PlayStation games, some of the biggest ones. I was late to the God of War 2018. I was late to Spider-Man 2018. And I did feel a little bit bad because I was late to it. But when I realized that, it was actually kind of cool because it made it so that I could just enjoy it at my own pace. There's no pressure whatsoever, as to when I should finish this game. And it just I felt kind of isolated in a way, but it kind of helped elevate the experience. And it also brought a lot of people back, to kind of reminisce about their experience with the game. So I think there are definitely some pros to waiting to play some games. And you also probably get it at a cheaper price point eventually as well, or maybe get it on sale. Let me see here. We got, where am I at? I'm losing track in a sea of membership gifting here. And my Lord Corey Landiga. I mean, you're not my Lord, Corey, but that's just, geez, man. Corey, he can't stop himself today. Corey drops another 10 memberships. Dude, you're blowing my mind right now. You're blowing my mind. I can't believe it. Praise Corey. Praise Corey. Praise Corey Landiga, the legend. He drops another 10. Dude, holy shit. We are at 143. I should have made the goal higher. How are we at 143? Corey, dude, I don't even know what to say at this point, man. I feel like if I just say thank you, it's unbelievably redundant at this point. I'll just say W's in the chat for Corey right now, man. W's in the chat for this entire community of gifters, Exley, Matt Fu, Hellbound, everybody. Amazing people here. We have some amazing community members. Let me see here. I'm trying my best, guys. Bear with me to keep up. The support is incredible. I'm trying my best to keep up. The Caped Crusader, a member for 29 months. Thank you for that long time support, man. You're saying, MBG, please ban anyone that posts spoilers in the chat. The game is amazing so far, and I feel like I'm taking a big risk watching the stream. Okay, so what I will say, the Caped Crusader, is without going too deep into it, it would be difficult for anybody to spoil the game today. That's all I'm going to say. I'm just going to tell you, Caped Crusader, you don't have to worry that much. We still have to keep an eye out, of course, but it should be pretty difficult for that to happen. And so, yeah, mods, this will be a good time. Any of my mods in the chat, just keep your eyes peeled. I really appreciate you guys being on top of it, been doing a good job. So just, again, Caped Crusader, you don't have to feel that worried about it, man. I've taken some measures to ensure that. So let me see here. I can't even keep up, dude. Corey Landiga drops another 5, bro. He drops another 5 memberships, and Fred drops another membership. I think Fred dropped that single membership to try to get us to that 150, but on my end, it says we're at 149. We're at 149, bro. We're on the cusp. We are on the cusp of hitting what would be a third goal. How do you guys do it? I mean, seriously. Jake Skew 27 drops it. He gets us to the 150 mark. People are gonna start raging, bro. I'm already anticipating the comment section after the stream where it's like, just another membership stream. It's like, listen, man, I don't know what to tell you. It happens. It happens sometimes. It does. I think it's amazing. I mean, not only is it supporting the channel, but it's honestly just amazing to see how generous the community actually is here, man. So let me update this goal one more time and keep this going. I'm going to put it to 175. Should I put it to 175? You guys tell me. Let's get to the topic. We will. I know. We're going to get to it. We're at 152 right now. 152. And who else gifted a membership here? Hellbound dropped a membership. And then Todd's Vacation. I don't know why it won't show your entire name here. Let me see if I can find it. Todd's Vacation Videos. Sorry, man. Todd's Vacation Videos. I know that this has to be your first time gifting because I feel like I would remember that name. So shout out to Todd's Vacation Videos for dropping a membership gift as well. That does bring us to 152. saying I should just put it to 200. I'll just put it to 200. I'm not expecting to get there. I'm just going to put it there because at the rate we're going, man, I'm going to have to keep updating this like every 15 minutes. So 152. So thank you guys so much, man. That's a colossal number. 152 memberships. Good shit. Let me get. So I'm going to read these super chats and then we're going to dive into it, okay? Because I have. You're saying you literally just cooked a whole meal and haven't heard shit. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I know. Well, hey, I like to think I'm balancing it, I think, okay with the super chats here. So thank you for bearing with me. I want to give a shout out to just everybody here as well, because I know as we're going through the memberships, it can be tough waiting to dive into the topic. So shout out to you guys for having amazing patience. All right, we got a chat from AZN Panda. He says, I love Spider-Man 2, 15 out of 31 missions and already level 37 and 50% of the map. I don't care, but straight couple. Hold on. You don't care about straight couple. I think that's what you're trying to say. You don't care about straight couples. So when they add dude on dudes, yeah. Well, I don't know what's going on there, AZN Panda. I'm unaware of some of what you're speaking to here. I did, so without, again, this is a spoiler-free stream. There was one thing, which if you're playing the game, you will run into, and apparently there were some people having meltdowns over it, and I'm just like, but that's not surprising at all. No, there's no spoilers here. I'm just saying, like, I'm not naming names. I'm not even alluding to it. I'm just saying, like, there's something that you run into in the game eventually that some people are having a meltdown over, that when I learned about it, because I did get past that part in the game, I was just like, yeah, that makes sense. Totally see it. Adds up. So if you know, you know. But AZM Band, I appreciate the super chat, buddy. Let me see. We got Anime for Entertainment. Thank you for the chat, my friend. You're saying, finished Marvel Spider-Man 2. Incredible game. The story was insane. The best storytelling from Insomniac games so far. How is Wolverine going to top this? That's a great question. That is a great question. I do not know. I do not know how Wolverine's going to top it. Yeah, so I will say, because I'm seeing in the chat, there have been people pointing out things with this game, like, oh, they're pushing certain things or whatever. And it's like, okay, look, I get it. And I will admit some of the stuff they're doing it's a bit on the nose. It is. It's lessening a lot more as the game goes on. They are putting it a bit on the nose, and it's like, oh, okay, well, I would say that I'm surprised to any capacity, but I'm not. That just seems to be the way things are. However, I do think some people are making a much bigger deal out of things that are not really that big of a deal. Like, if you want to say, like, oh, okay, it's, it's a little bit in my face, it's a little bit annoying, that's fine. But making it sound like, oh my God, they ruined it. They ruined the fucking game. It's like, okay, I don't know about that one. But, it did get, here's what I was thinking, though, and here's why I'm bringing this up. Because you mentioned Wolverine. I'm looking at some of the stuff they're doing in the game. And I think in a Spider-Man game, it makes a lot of sense. Frankly, I do. I like Spider-Man. I mean, let's face it. He is, without getting too political here, Peter Parker as a person definitely seems like he'd be on the left side of things, right? He'd be more liberal, I think. I don't think that's a secret. He just comes off that way. He has that personality. And I mean, a lot of the things that he seemingly, gets behind, it's like, yeah, that's fine, But the reason why I mention this is because I'm thinking, dude, Wolverine, like Logan, is the fucking polar opposite of that. And I am very interested. This is why I'm so interested to see how Insomniac handles Wolverine, because Insomniac, again, it's Spider-Man. It's a good place to kind of, I guess, maybe lean more towards those type of things because it makes sense, to be more progressive. Because, I mean, it's Spider-Man, of course. It's in New York City. That's why I'm excited to see what they do, just from a tonal perspective with Wolverine. Because, dude, Logan is not that, okay? Logan, he is... I mean, he's a fucking animal, bro. You know, he's got that no nonsense, badass fucking attitude that he'll rip your fucking head off if you even just look at him the wrong way. Not to say that he doesn't have any depth. Logan absolutely has a lot of depth as a character, and that's what makes it so intriguing. And I just can't wait to see. Like, I'll put it to you this way. I anticipate Wolverine will have and should have almost the exact opposite tone when it comes to Wolverine as a character, Logan as a character, and just like there's so many different moments in Spider-Man 2 and the previous Spider-Man games, again, where it makes sense, where it's very lighthearted. It's kind of silly. You know, I was kind of laughing my ass off a little bit because when you are doing some of the crimes, like the random crimes that pop up in the city, frequently Miles will, if you're playing as Peter, if you're playing as Miles, vice versa, the other Spider-Man drops in and helps you take out the enemies. And when you finish, there you have the option to press triangle and interact with the other Spider-Man. And I was laughing so hard where there's this kind of interaction with them where you go, like I'm playing as Peter, I go up to Miles, I press triangle, and they're trying to like handshake or high five, and it's kind of awkward. They don't know what to do. And they both just agree to hug each other. And they have this little laugh where they're like, ha ha, like, yeah, that's so funny, man. And I was just laughing because I'm like, bro, that is so fucking cringe. But it fits. It does with the way these characters are. Like, that absolutely fits. And I'm just sitting here like, yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything like that in a Wolverine movie, or not movie, in a Wolverine game from Insomniac. And if we do, there's going to be some problems. There's going to be some problems. If we see Wolverine going out there fucking hugging people, we have some problems, Insomniac. But it's just a little funny thing I noticed. But I did also notice that they make fun of the Spider-Man meme where it's the three Spider-Men pointing at each other. That was pretty funny. Internet meltdown incoming. I would be part of that internet meltdown. I would absolutely be part of that internet meltdown. Yeah, you got Wolverine and Sabretooth hugging it out. I'm making it sound like Spider-Man 2 is some kind of like soft ass game. It's not. It's what it needs to be. Again, it's Spider-Man. It's not going to be a rated M, like, you know, fucking heavy game. I mean, there are. I will say, you mentioned Insomniac storytelling. 100% agree. This is the best storytelling from Insomniac, where there are cringe moments, but all of that kind of is expected, again, in this universe and with these characters. But when you can tell when they're trying to hit those heavier beats, like when they're trying to get you to feel something. Yeah, I will say Insomniac has come a long way, man, because I'm not finished the game yet. All I will say is that from what I've played in the 10 hours, I don't know exactly how many story missions I've completed. And I don't want to, again, I'm not spoiling anything. I'm not even going to say where I'm at. But from what I've played so far, dude, this game has its hooks in me much more so than the first game did, and much more so than even Miles Morales did. And that's saying something, because I love those games. And I'm just impressed where they up their game here, man, in all regards, but even with the storytelling. I saw this IGN opinion piece that came out, I think, where they were like, Spider-Man 2 proves that PlayStation Studios are still like the kings of, they're the king of story-driven games. And of course, but again, people having meltdowns over hearing something like that, right? But it's fucking true. Like, the story in this game, from what I played so far, is top tier. Absolutely. Not to say that there aren't other great story-driven games out there. There are, from other publishers, but I don't know, man. You just kind of, Sony does have this formula, and they're refining it more and more and more, and it's getting better and better and better. Absolutely. So, Anime for Entertainment, thank you so much for the super chat, bud. And we have Kevin G. Kevin G comes in and he gifts a membership. Kevin, I'm not sure if that's your first time gifting a membership or not, man, but either way, thank you so much for the support. Let me give you a thank you for that, and let me give you a crazy honor. That crazy honor is for the entire community here. That brings us to 153 members. You guys are nuts. You guys are nuts. We have a very generous $50 super chat from Disco Cobra. So first off, big shout out to you, Disco Cobra 2013, for a $50 super chat. That's very kind of you. You're saying, I did pick up Spider-Man 2, but still haven't played yet. I watched so many streams that I get caught up in everything else instead of taking time to play games. Reviews look good, and I've seen some gameplay. Seems like a win for Sony. Xbox fanboys suck, or Xbone fanboys suck. Damn, taking a shot at the end there. I mean, they do suck. They do. And it's one of these things where, as you can see based on my title, like, it's causing Xbots to have meltdowns because, dude, it is. Listen, if you're an Xbox player and you're an Xbox fan who is just giving your regular, normal, just clearly, how do I put this? You clearly don't have an axe to grind. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, if you're just an Xbox player fan that doesn't have an axe to grind, I'm not talking about you. And I don't, when I say, I use the term Xbots in the title because that's who I'm referring to. I'm not talking about regular Xbox players or Xbox fans. I do not have a problem with them at all. I would assume they're enjoying Starfield and enjoying other games, right? Or maybe they are enjoying Spider-Man 2. I'm talking about, the fucking losers that it's so fucking funny to see where they're just like, I found this glitch in Spider-Man 2. I found this bug. Look at this bug. It's so shitty. Like, yeah, man, you're okay. You need to get a fucking life, bro. Like, seriously, man. Like, you're telling me you bought this game to just sit there for hours and find as many things as you can that, how can I break the game? What bug can I find? It's like, oh, but they did it to Starfield too, man. They did it to Star. So, like, I don't fucking care. I didn't do it to Starfield, and I'm only speaking for my fucking self. Okay? And you know what I'm seeing on my fucking feed? What I'm seeing on my feed are people just, the game's a buggy mess. It's broken, blah, 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 blah. Like, listen, go fucking cry in a corner. Okay? I don't give a shit about your bugs. I don't give a shit about your little clips. Okay? We're out here fucking having fun. You guys know a thing or two about having fun in video games. Okay? Learn to have some fun in your video games. God, I mean, fuck, even the people who are playing Starfield experiencing bugs, even the non-toxic Xbox fans, listen, even they know how to have fun. They know how to have fun. Oh, look, guess what? Starfield has some fucking bugs in it. Oh my God, who would have thought that Bethesda's new RPG has some bugs? And you know what? I'm seeing people make the best of it. They're having some fun with it. They're learning to laugh, man. And that's what it's all about. Okay, are there people who were trying to absolutely fucking tear down Starfield because of a bug here and a bug there? Yes. Yes, but you know what? You know what most people did? They said, you know what? It was kind of expected. There's a reason why Bethesda has earned the title Bugthesda. It's fine. We're still going to enjoy the game and we're still going to play it. And that's how it should. And that's the big fucking question I have with all these fucking losers. With all these losers, they're spending hours on Twitter making fucking YouTube compilations. Of course, we know why they're doing it. They're doing it for their own personal gain. And that's fine. Go get yours if that's how you're going to get it. But for the love of God, man, like, why are you not playing Starfield? Why are you not? At least, look, man, I'm not justifying anything anybody did, but at least at that time, we could say Spider-Man 2 wasn't out yet. So these people couldn't push back and say, why aren't you playing Spider-Man? Well, we would be if it was out. We're still waiting. But it's just like, dude, go fucking play Starfield. And if you are playing Spider-Man 2, the amount of fucking weirdos I've seen where it's like, I'm going to spend all my time on my social media feed posting clips of bugs and things that I'm doing to purposely try to break this game, which I gotta admit, some of the shit is pretty funny. I gotta admit, in the same way that I was laughing my ass off at some of the Starfield shit, that to me is the biggest takeaway here. Like, dude, I don't know how you managed to do that, but that is fucking funny. But they are posting this shit and they are trying so bad to put out, they're bad actors, man. They're horrible actors where they're like, yeah, but you know, I put like fucking 20 hours in this game and I put 30. Like, I don't give a shit how many fucking hours you put in the game. I don't know how many fucking hours did you dedicate to this game to trying to break it, trying to fucking slander it with your garbage clips. Okay? It's just like people who did it for Starfield are like, but I put 100 hours into Starfield. No one gives a fuck if you put 100 hours into Starfield if the only clips you have to show for it are you breaking the game and shitting on it. Who gives a fuck how many hours you spend in this game, dude? Like, it doesn't matter. Just admit. Is my breathe MBG, your veins popping on your head. No, it's all good, man. Maybe my blood pressure is getting high. I'm jacked up on caffeine right now, bro. I had 3 cups, so yeah, I'm feeling it. Those deadpan eyes. But look, man, at the end of the day, all it comes down to is just admit what you're doing with the game you bought. Just admit it. Like, if you want Spider-Man 2 to be a broken, shitty mess, just say you want it to be, because you're angry. Because you're angry and you're salty and you're upset that people shit on your game that you were excited for. That's fine, and you want to retaliate. I get it. The amount of people I see coming out and they're like, but you did it first. Like, who gives a shit? Who fucking cares, dude? No one. No one but you. No one but that circle of people that are just going to try their best to fucking obliterate a game. They did it with Starfield. Yes, it's coming back with Spider-Man. But the point is, it's a fucking meltdown nonetheless. It's a meltdown nonetheless. You need to get your shit sorted, man. You do. Because listen, I get it. You want to try to make a name. You want to try to fucking get the views. You want to try to get the clicks. And it's easy to do so by hating on shit, but it's like, just fucking enjoy the game for what it is. Because I'll tell you, look, it's one thing if you want to shit on a game that is actually broken and actually, like, you need to let people know there's a fucking major problem. And here's the thing. Spider-Man 2 is not perfect. It's not. Now, I personally have experienced one bug, and I'm not fucking lying about that. That is not an exaggeration. I put 10 hours in this game. I've experienced one bug. It was an audio bug where I picked up it was on a side mission. Again, I don't want to spoil anything just in case no one here's even played the intro, but there was a little audio thing I picked up. And when the audio played, I noticed all the other sound was completely muted. So I had to reboot the game or restart the last checkpoint. That's it. That's the only fucking bug I've experienced. This just reminds me of Days Gone, man. It does. I remember when I bought Days Gone, and granted, Days Gone seems like it was in much worse shape than Spider-Man 2 is. When I bought Days Gone, I had to deal with people like everywhere, like, this game's a fucking broken piece of shit. And I'm like, really? So I went and I played it for my fucking self. Same situation, man. Put fucking like 15 hours in that game. I'm like, I don't know what to tell. Like, I'm not saying there aren't bugs or that there aren't things that have to be fixed, but what are you people talking about? And I feel the same way with Spider-Man, where it's like, I know there are bugs. There clearly are bugs in this game. There are. I know I'm not talking about the Spider-Man. It feels so weird to keep saying bugs because it's like Spider-Man and the whole shit. But the reality is, it's a AAA open world game. It's going to have some fucking bugs. Like, get over it. I don't know what to tell these people. Like, I don't know what to tell them. Like, get over it. Go cry in a fucking corner. You know, just like, don't play it. Return the game. Complain to Sony. Go fucking report that shit to Insomniac. But they won't. They won't. But yeah, I've experienced a single bug, an audio bug, and that's it. Now, although, you know what? There was this other one, and this one was pretty fucking funny. Although I don't know if I could call this a bug, but I was I was beating up some thugs in an alleyway on one of the side crime missions you do. And when it was done, I noticed there was this dude who was glitched in, like, there was like a metal handrail, and there was about like a foot between the handrail and the brick wall, and he was just glitched he clipped into the fucking rail, and his body was just tweaking. It was just going nuts. And I was like, this shit's actually pretty funny. I was just standing there staring at him like, is this just going to keep going on? Is he going to stop? I was waiting for like that shit to happen where his body started moving away from the handrail and his neck started to like expand. And I would maybe I would have recorded that myself and made a joke, like I thought Spider-Man didn't kill people. This guy's clearly dead, but you can't return the game. It's Sony. What the F are you talking about? Everyone knows if you buy from Sony, you take it to the grave. You know what? Yeah, you know what? I can't. You're right. You're absolutely right about that. You're right. But, you know, I'll tell you right now, man, I don't care how many bugs people are posting. This game is not unplayable. Not even close. They're exaggerating to the nth degree. It's not even remotely unplayable. I think people are just... I think they're just... I mean, they're not even hiding it, frankly. They're replying to me and they're saying, this was bound to happen after what happened to Starfield. This was always going to happen. You know? MBG, ACG, and John from Digital Foundry have just tweeted that they are experiencing way more bugs now than in the review period. See, now that's fishy as hell. That's super fishy because it's like, what do you mean? Like, my question is, how is that a possibility? We're experiencing more bugs now than we were when we were reviewing it. Like, what does that imply? I'm actually curious. Let me check. John Linneman, I think. Is it J-O-H-N or J-O-N? Dude, I can't find this. Oh my God. Let me see. Digital Foundry. Oh, you know what? I think it's because there it is. Yeah, there he is. Let me see. I'm looking for this tweet. Says, I bet this is a bug in the pre-release build. I ran into this once, fixed by restarting. It was addressed in the pre-launch patch. So possible issue if you use the disc version without the patch. I don't know, man. I'm not seeing him. I'm not seeing any tweet about it. You're saying he tweeted it today? I'm just curious because that would be cause for concern if that's true. Right? I don't even know how that would be a possibility. That's like implying that the game would take a step back. ACG says, update on Spider-Man 2 bugs. I feel very comfortable now saying the Spider-Man 2 Day 0 patch, Elden Ring Day 0, and the Hunter Simulator Day 0 are all part of a particular very small set that have induced more bugs or performance issues in their games. I have brought this up many times on the podcast that it can happen, but it's rare. However, this is 100% for sure a thing with Spider-Man 2. Been testing it all night. And then, okay, John Lindemann replies, yup, I played a bunch today and had multiple bugs that never occurred during the review period. Very unusual, but like you say, it has happened before. See, that's fucking bizarre. There's no... I don't understand how that could be a possibility. I mean, I guess... Like, you're telling me that the 1.0 version of Spider-Man 2 is more polished than the version that gets the day one patch. That's difficult to believe, man. What makes it even more difficult for me to believe is I'm playing the fucking patched version of the game myself. Let me see what, so John Linneman says he experienced menu stopped pausing the game. Haven't experienced that. No menu SFX. Haven't experienced that. Suit SFX getting stuck. Haven't experienced that. Asset loading hiccups. Haven't experienced that. Missing rain sound. I don't know if I've experienced that or not. I can't confirm or deny. Well, you know, dude, you're telling me we're at a point now where So you're telling me I can't even say, well, the reviewers didn't point out any problems, right? Because that's another thing here is like the game's sitting at a 91 on Metacritic. There was no talk in these reviews of like severe bugs. Like the game is running into problems. It's a serious issue. But now all of a sudden, these reviewers are coming out and being like, I don't know, man. I downloaded the patch. Shit's starting to break. Like, what? Like, what the actual fuck? What? I'm sorry, man. Like, it just sounds like like a load of fucking shit to me. It does. I'm not. And don't get me wrong. Like, look. Let me point out here. Let me point this out because I'm not trying to shit on Digital. I love Digital Foundry. I love the work that they do. They're clearly unbiased. They're not. At least to me, it seems obvious they're unbiased. They're not bullshitting. But it's like, okay. So there's like minor bugs you're experiencing. Somebody replies saying 20 hours and had very few bugs. It crashed on me twice though. I'm just trying to see if there's any more that they're adding here. They send out polished review copies. John responds by saying, I'd say for console games, review builds are usually pretty polished. There's some obvious exceptions. For PC games, it's kind of the reverse though. Saying, yeah, man, it's rare. I always watch out for it. But in all games I have reviewed, I have noted only now 3. And from my experience, the first time on console. Shit's fucking weird to me, man. I'm sorry. It is. It's very weird to me. It's weird because it's just like, how does you're telling me the conversation goes from this game is fucking incredible. This game is fucking must play. This is a game of the year contender. We're going to give this thing great fucking reviews to, okay, now we're playing it and everybody, I'm just going to fucking call it for what it is, man. I'll be real. I think some of these people are starting to feel like they gotta, we didn't lie. Yeah. We're experiencing bugs too. Like, oh yeah, of course. Now that the internet, there's fucking, now that there's a clip on the internet that some fucking loser put out of, they were crawling up and down a building and you can look through the windows of the building and now there are actual, people in the buildings now. And they ran into, it was kind of funny because it's like, it's the Matrix. But it was the same person doing the same animation to 2 stories in a row. And this clip got over 8.3 million views. And oh my God, people are dragging it. It's like, okay. MBG, they provided evidence. All right, well, hey, listen, I'm not saying it couldn't be. I'm saying right now for myself, I don't fucking believe it. I don't. Because I'm playing this game. I played it all day yesterday, and I started playing hours after I saw all this shit. Everybody was telling me, this game's bugged. It's a buggy mess. It's a buggy mess. That's all people were telling me. It's a buggy fucking mess. So when I started playing this, I'm like, oh shit. I'm going into it and I'm like, oh, fuck. All right, maybe it's going to be a buggier experience than I expected, man. Let's see how bad it is. And I'm playing hour after hour after hour and I'm waiting. And I'm waiting. And I'm waiting. I'm like, I'm waiting to see where are the bugs? Where are the crashes? Where is the bad anything that everybody is bombarding me with? Where the fuck is it? But then everybody's like, you're just lucky. I guess I'm just lucky. I happen to be lucky. Me, somebody in this position where I'm supposed to talk about this. I had a single bug. Okay, I had a single audio glitch. That's it. And yeah, I'm not saying they have any reason. Look, I'm not saying ACG and Digital Foundry are liars. I don't think that they would have any reason to lie. I think they've proven that. I'm just saying it's just fucking bizarre to me, man. That's all. It's just bizarre to me where it's like, how is that even a possibility? Like, how is that a possible? I just don't understand, man. Like, the game was better before the patch? It was less broken before the patch? What? You're saying you had the same audio glitch? Well, fuck. So are you saying, like, is the recommendation to uninstall the patch? Play offline? I wonder if they're if this is true, and if this is as bad as they're making it sound, I want to see a comparison video. I do. I want to see a pre-patch and post-patch comparison video showing me if it's that bad, if it's that serious. I want to see how much worse it's making it. You're saying it happens? He was saying did that happen? He's claiming it happened to Elden Ring too. This shit does remind me of Elden Ring. I remember people were having fucking meltdowns over Elden Ring, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't understand. Like, people are having absolute meltdowns over Elden Ring, just bitching and moaning. I'm like, guys, this is From fucking Software. Have you played previous From Software games? They come in fucking hot. They do. Like, they always have. Like, dude, the original Dark Souls had fucking problems, man. Okay? And even their first PC launch, the Prepare to Die edition, fucking nightmare. Did that stop people from loving the game? No. And that's a pretty significant case, too. Blighttown 15. Dude, I played through Blighttown at 15 FPS, and holy fuck was it a nightmare. But I still loved every minute of it. Oh my God, Blighttown was a fucking nightmare. Oh, that was a nightmare. Exactly. From Software's far... I'm telling you, man, I'm calling bullshit. Now, I'm not on ACG, not on John Lindemann. I'm calling bullshit in general. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit, man. People are trying to tear this fucking game down and make it sound way worse than it actually is. I promise you're going to see fucking people out here making videos on this shit or talking about it, making it sound like there's something really wrong, but they didn't say jack shit about Starfield. Or if they did say anything about Starfield, they were fucking really kind to it. They're like, oh, well, it's not that bad. Don't be so defensive. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm coming off very defensive, but I guess it's just because it's like, dude, the game, it's hard for me not to feel defensive because I'm like, the game is fucking awesome. That's why I'm getting so defensive. Like, I wouldn't be this defensive if I thought that there was actually a serious issue right now. If I was like, yeah, there's some problems, guys. We got to talk about this. It's sad to say. But, I don't get that benefit of the doubt because even though I call out Sony on bullshit sometimes when it needs to be called out, I'm not allowed to do it. If I enjoy anything they're doing, oh, you're just being defensive. That's fine. Who cares about bugs in a video game? Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, man. Anyway, Disco Cobra, I'm sorry, man. I went on a total I had a meltdown myself there. Full-blown meltdown-bound gamer is what you should call me. Clearly. Dude, I should legitimately rename I was considering renaming my channel either Meltdown Bound Gamer or Mental Breakdown Gamer. Just because it's so fitting, man. But yeah, I apologize, Disco Cobra. I basically just had a meltdown of my own while reading your super chat. But what I find interesting about your super chat is you're saying you bought the game, but you still haven't played it yet. You're kind of getting caught up in everything else. And my recommendation to you, Disco Cobra, obviously play it when you're ready, man, but try your best. Honestly, try your best to play it because it's really good. Like, it's not overwhelming. You can play it in chunks. You can play it for hours on end, but you can also play this game in chunks where you can just do like one or two missions, one story mission, one side mission, and walk away from it, come back whenever you want. It's extremely approachable in that way, and it's really good. So really appreciate that super chat, Disco Cobra. Trolling PS4 member for 3 months says, Insomniac did a fantastic job with Spider-Man 2. Can't wait for Wolverine. I'm in agreement, man. I'm going to dive into my thoughts on some of the more technical aspects of the game, and what I've experienced so far. Because again, like, even though I am getting defensive over Spider-Man 2 here, it is not a perfect game. Like, it's really fucking good, and I can't rate it yet. Like, I can't say if I would give it a 10 out of 10 because I haven't beat it yet, but there are some minor issues that I've encountered myself. They're not bugs unless I find out something with the performance mode is actually bugged, which I guess that would count as a bug. But yeah. You're saying PlayStation fanboys are the same as Xbots, always defending mediocrity. Holy shit, dude. Tell me you haven't played any PlayStation games without telling me you haven't played any PlayStation games. No way. MBG, were you able to try the swinging stuff I commented on yesterday? Yeah. Wow, man. I can't believe I've been doing it wrong this whole time. I did, yeah. That was kind of shocking to me when I read that. I was like, shit. Have I really been playing it wrong? Oh my God. You know, here's where I do need to, I am going to go Sony Defense Force here. You ready? I am going to defend. There's one other thing I forgot to mention with these Xbots, and to me, this is the most annoying shit. Like, it's fine. You encounter some bugs and whatever, and you want to try to fucking tear the game down. You do your thing, man. I don't get it, but you do it. The people complaining about the cutscenes, oh my lord, please go away. Like, please just shut the fuck up and go away. No one likes you. Like, imagine complaining about cutscenes in this game, in any fucking narrative-driven game. Like, dude, I get it. You want to complain about Metal Gear Solid 4 cutscenes because they have cutscenes that are 45 fucking minutes long? Fine. That's reasonable. That sounds like I love that, but I get it. That's a bit, it's over the top. But these people are making it sound like you can't play, there's no gameplay in this game. You can't enjoy the gameplay because there's just cutscenes. Like, you're not playing the game. You don't know what you're talking about. You do not know. You're not playing this game. You are a liar. And even if you are not lying and you did play this game, you clearly bought and paid for a game you knew you wouldn't like. Or you're lying and you actually do like the cutscenes. Because it's just like, dude, this game it has the perfect amount of cutscenes. And they're not drawn out either. Like, they're perfectly paced. But again, imagine going into a game where all of the marketing around it makes it perfectly crystal clear. This is a game that has a story to tell and it's narrative focused. And if you've played any PlayStation exclusive in the past at all, if you played the first Spider-Man game, you know what to expect. And you still have people out here crying and bitching and moaning. It's just, why'd you buy the game? I mean, really, why'd you buy the game? Because I'll tell you what, I love it. I think most other people who are playing this game love it. I love getting that cutscene. That cutscene feels like a reward after the gameplay. But I don't know, man. People are they're tripping, man. They are. They're losing it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it because they're losing it. Oh, man. You're saying you think those people didn't buy it? No, probably not. Probably not. Brad says he actually thinks there's not enough cutscenes. Interesting. I mean, it's hard for me to judge entirely. I'll be curious to see if I feel the same way when I finish the game. There's some weird people out here. That's putting it lightly. Just putting it lightly. Let me see. We got figuratively literal with a chat. He says, P3 or Persona 3 has the darkest story in the series. I honestly think you'd be surprised, but they all have amazing stories. I was skeptical, but Persona 5 blew my mind. Interesting. I do like that idea, though. You're saying Persona 3 is the darkest story. I do like dark stories. And that's why it's one of the things I'm eager to see with Spider-Man 2 is if it seems like it's kind of building up towards some really dramatic stuff that's about to happen, some darker stuff. But I have to think about it, man. I have to think about it. RPG88, member for 16 months. Longtime member, says, just rolled the credits now for the plat. Congrats, man. That's impressive, dude. The game's been out for 2 days and you got the platinum, man. Holy shit. 2 days and you got the platinum. That's impressive. Good stuff, man. We got, Daily got the GAT. You're saying, I love Xbot tiers, MBG. Well, they love pony tiers, apparently, based off of what I can tell. It's funny because, like, somebody on my Twitter, they posted a picture of the stream and they were like, the Xbots are going to come for you, man. And I'm like they don't always, you know? And I wasn't saying it like to that guy to sound mean or anything. I mean, he's just pointing out the obvious. Like, yeah, but it's like, dude, they don't always. Of course they do. I could sit here and say, I like PlayStation, and they're like, you fucking fanboy. Like, okay, sorry. I forgot I'm not allowed to say I like PlayStation and their games. Nah, man, it's fucking ridiculous. These guys had an article written on me. They had a fucking article. They made an article on me, man, saying that I was trying to divide the gaming community. Like, are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. I'm trying to divide the gaming. Yeah, man, that's me. We got to have that divide. We got to have that war. We got to keep the war raging. Dude, it was fucking... I literally did a triple take when I first saw that because I was like, dude, no way. Don't tell me. That cannot be real. You have to be trolling me. I have my own wiki now. Oh, man. It'll never stop, man. It'll never stop. You know what it is? Do you know what it is? It's because these guys, these people who are, you know, in these Xbox fanboy groups, I have done so much damage to them and to their favorite brand and console over the years that now that Sony's starting to, you know, look a little spooky out here and Microsoft is out here fucking buying publishers, they're out here fucking going crazy, dude. They are. They're going crazy because they're like, we got to get our revenge on MBG. Remember when he made that video about the fucking Xbox? The MBG lore deepens. That's so funny. It's so stupid. Remember when he made that video about Crackdown 3? We got to get back at him. We got to get back at him. MBG stands for Must Divide Gaming. I love it, man. Oh, man. It is what it is, dude. They got Starfield. Hey, you got Starfield, guys. Woo! You got Activision. Yay! Good for you. Good for you, man. Enjoy it. I'm not being an asshole. Just enjoy it. Enjoy it, man. They enjoy this more, though. You know that. They all enjoy this more. They enjoy playing this game more so than they enjoy actually playing games. And that's fine. I'm not here to judge. Do your thing. Do what you do. All right, let's see. You're saying stop defending this, MBG. What am I defending, though? I mean, in all seriousness, was I just defending something? They're still not happy? No, they are not. Dude, the amount of people, let me tell you right now, the amount of Xbox fanboys, Xbots, the amount that didn't give a single fuck about Starfield, that immediately loved Starfield as soon as they found out Bethesda was getting acquired. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. That's a good chunk of that player base. And that's the difference between us and them, man. Frankly, I know I am dividing here, but it's just the fucking truth. Like, I'm not over here pretending to like fucking games that I don't like. I like Spider-Man. I mean, fuck, who doesn't like Spider-Man? And anytime Sony puts out a game or has a game that I'm like, you know, fuck, man, Final Fantasy VII Remake. I even told you guys I didn't want to play that game. Fuck, I told you guys I didn't want to play that game. I didn't care that it was PlayStation exclusive. And you guys were like, you gotta play it. We're going to make you play this game. And I'm like, whatever. I'm like, okay, you guys were right. I gotta be honest, you guys were right. And who knows, maybe that's a good thing. I'm sure there are also Xbox fans where when they found out Starfield was going to be exclusive, they're like, we're gonna buy Starfield, or we're gonna subscribe to Game Pass, and we're gonna try it. And yeah, dude, yeah, I didn't play fucking Baldur's Gate 3. And no offense to the game, but like, yeah, it was clearly, I don't give a shit what the fucking developers say. It's not exclusive, bro. Like, oh, okay, it's just on PS5 right now, though, and still not on Xbox. Got it. It's not a console exclusive. We can't call it that. I don't know what the fuck you call it. What do we agree on staggered release? But the point is, I'm saying, like, I didn't just buy Baldur's Gate 3 because it's not available on Xbox. I don't roll like that. That's not, like, that to me, that is weird. You know, that's losing the plot. I gravitate towards games I want to play, towards games that look good to me. It's like, you know, people always ask me, like, dude, how come, you know, you love exclusives and shit? You love exclusives. I mean, why don't you go play the new Mario game? Yeah, I don't care that Mario is exclusive. I wouldn't just play a Nintendo exclusive because it's exclusive. I play games that look good. Spider-Man could be a fucking multi-plat game right now, and I'd still be loving it just as much. But the title would be very different. I'll tell you that. Because you know how many Xbox fans who are shitting on that game right now that would be loving it? Here's a question I have. You ready? All the Xbots that are clipping this shit right now, that are claiming it's in good faith, how would you feel if Spider-Man 2 was a Microsoft exclusive? Dropping day one on the Game Pass, huh? Yeah, something tells me the content output on your fanboy pages would change. No doubt about it. Mario's better than Bugger, man. I mean, dude, Nintendo cleaning up again, bro. Nintendo cleaning up again. Nintendo doesn't stop. And I say that as somebody who doesn't care about Nintendo, man. It's crazy. All right, let's see. We got the Caped Crusader. He says playing Spider-Man 2 is, or sorry, I missed Kilver. Kilver with the $10 super chat. He says this notion that the longer the game is, the better is not true. My favorite game of all time, Inside, is 3 hours. If the quality of a game is fantastic, then short game length shouldn't be penalized. Yeah, that's another weird thing that I keep seeing. Like, these guys are grasping at anything. Believe me when I tell you that these people who have been locked and loaded, ready to go, to just shit on this game for the past fucking year, they've been waiting. This is like, the fact that the game has some bugs is a godsend to them. They're like, yes, now we can go on the attack. But you still see people that are like, because the argument has always been the same, man. Oh, the game's too short. It's just a movie game. Blah, blah, blah. It's just a playable movie. And it's like, you guys don't play these games. You don't play these games. You don't know what you're talking about. And you just look like idiots. Because I'm in total agreement, Kilver. Like, who gives a shit how long a game is? It doesn't matter. Like, the only thing that should matter to the player is the impact a game has. Listen, if you find out a game is only 15 hours long and you decide that's not worth $70 for you, that's your right. You don't have to pay $70 for 15 hours or even 12 hours. But you just might find you're missing out on one of the best gaming experiences of your life. You know? And if that's something you're willing to wait for and wait till it's cheaper, that's your right too. I think that's actually smart if you're willing to be patient and wait. Just like with almost all of Sony's games. I mean, I remember people were bitching about Returnal. Returnal wasn't worth it for $70. And I was telling people then don't buy it. Wait till it's on sale. Now you can get it for like $30. So there you go. But for me, Returnal absolutely looks worth it. And I'm going to be there day one. And I'm glad I was. Put over 100 hours in that game. And the game can be beaten in like a couple of hours if you get good enough at it. So I tune those people out more than anything. You know? Why is there not a PS4 version? I could be wrong, man, but I don't know that. No, I'm not wrong. Spider-Man 2 can't run on PS4. It can't. And I'll tell you why. Like, I'm not even talking from a graphical perspective. Spider-Man 2, look at the speed. Look at the speed at which you can get to in that game. How fucking fast you're zooming through that city. Dude, there were times where I was going so fast in that game. I'm like, holy shit, how did they do this? Like, it was genuinely impressive. Where I'm like, the sense of speed is crazy. That right there would ensure that it wouldn't be able to. Like, they could probably do a workaround if they really wanted to. Maybe just take that out of the game for the PS4 version. But to me, there just seems to be too many things happening at one time, like the ray tracing always being turned on. Stuff like that. I mean, you can tell that Insomniac, because this is a PS5 only game, they were trying to push some things as far as it can go in some instances. So, but yeah, that's one thing I do want to talk about here. God damn, this game, the sense of, like, if there's one single gameplay change that Insomniac has made with Spider-Man 2 that has made a massive difference in just how the game feels to play, the sense of speed, dude. Honestly, not even just with the web wings and the wind tunnels, but even with the swinging. And I don't know if you guys feel this way about the web swinging. I feel like it just has a better feel to it overall. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because maybe there's just more animations now happening at one time in between the swings, where the characters are they're more animated and they're doing different things. You get like swing backwards now and shit. You could do the loop-de-loop. I mean, it really, I will say, I wasn't expecting it to feel this much better than and I just got done playing Spider-Man Remastered, but they did it, man. There's this one thing you can do in the game, by the way, where they're scattered, I think, across the city, the edge of the waterfront, and it's called like a super slingshot or something, where I mean, it's exactly what it sounds like, and it basically shoots you across the water, to the other side of the island, basically. And when you use that super slingshot, you are fucking flying, bro. I mean, it's crazy. It kind of makes me want a Superman game at some point or something like that, where you can really kind of fly throughout a city. Because that's the only downside about this being a Spider-Man game and having that sense of speed is you do slow down. You can't just keep going, or you have to try to keep your momentum up. But love that. You're saying, guess what? Mario has bugs too. Does it? How many bugs though? That's the question, right? The Caped Crusader, you're saying here, playing Spider-Man 2 is making me realize how much Insomniac are going to kill it with Wolverine. Insomniac are Sony's best developers. Easy. I'm in agreement. I am. I was skeptical. As crazy as that sounds, I'll put it to you this way. When I went into Spider-Man 2, I expected it to feel the same. Not the game itself. I expected myself to feel the same about Spider-Man 2 as I felt about Spider-Man 2018, about Miles Morales, and maybe even about Ratchet and Clank, where these games were amazing and I enjoyed them, but there's something about Spider-Man 2 that is, I am having trouble putting my finger on it, but there's something about it that has me, no pun intended, tangled up in it more than the previous games, where I just, honestly, once I'm done the stream, I can't wait to go back and play it. And it's not because I'm in a rush, I got to beat this game now. No, it's it's actually, the last time, again, I had this was with Final Fantasy 16, and Final Fantasy 16 had that effect on me where I noticed after I started playing it for a couple hours, I was like, this game it's really easy to just dump hours into this game and basically no life it. And that the only thing I am, you talk about the length of a game. The only thing I am a little bit nervous about is I don't want it to end too soon. And again, it's the quality and the impact of the game that matters. But it's like, if I platinum the game in a week, I don't see that as a bad thing, but there is going to be that part of me where it's like, man, I I wish I could just kind of like erase my memory and experience it again, you know? To whereas I will say with Final Fantasy 16, I put over 100 hours in that game. I didn't necessarily feel that way, especially because of some of the side quests. Also, the side quests, I want to say real quick, I've experienced a couple of side quests, I think 2 so far. They're pretty good, man. Like, they're not, I wouldn't say they're next level, but they're significantly better than the previous side quests in the games. And the way that they did this, from what I can tell, is they actually tried to give more of a personality, I guess you could say, to these, because they're not actually like characters. Like, they're just people you come across in the city. They don't have any like names necessarily, but they're giving them more lines. They're giving them more dialogue, and they're basically in these side quests allowing a little bit more story, that even though it's not relevant to the greater story that you're playing, and it's just something that you're going to end up walking away from. There was this one in particular where it was this woman you run into, and she says she can't find her grandfather, and you basically go on a hunt to find her grandfather. And at first, it just seems like, man, this is really mundane and boring. And you know, the gameplay that they're putting in there is very basic. Like, it's fine. It's like, okay, this is a side quest. But then I noticed that they actually started to, like, these 2 characters, the granddaughter and her grandfather, they actually had way more dialogue than I expected. And it was well written, and it actually kind of told a little bit of a story, like a little micro story, if you will. And I was like, you know, this is, and this isn't even like a main side quest. This is just like a small, like, kind of auxiliary side quest. I'm like, that's good stuff, man. So, yeah. But yeah, Cape Crusader, I'm right there with you, man. I cannot wait for Wolverine now, especially now that I'm playing Spider-Man 2 and I'm realizing all the improvements they made. And I'll tell you, I have the utmost confidence in the narrative of Wolverine. I have the utmost confidence that they're going to have a great narrative to tell for this game. More so than I had before I started playing Spider-Man 2. You're saying make sure to complete the side quest, The Flame. Yeah, I just started that, actually. All right, we got Kevin G saying, imagine not playing Spider-Man 2. Couldn't be us. I got all 3 systems, and 2 of my systems are giving me great games. Hashtag Mario, hashtag Spider-Man 2, hashtag MBG is daddy. Shit, man. You know, look, that's the thing is, I'm not even trying to, I'm not here to shit on Xbox. I'm not. You know, nobody will point out the fact that I said Starfield's fine. I even told people to stop, to chill out. I told people to chill out with the hating that they're doing on Starfield. You think anybody remembers that? You think anybody's going to clip that? You think anybody's going to say, well, hey, you know, MBG, you're so unaware. You lack self-awareness. Don't you know you were the one shitting on Starfield? No, I wasn't. That wasn't me. I know you want to think it was me. I know people want to believe it was me. That wasn't me. Mario, Spider-Man 2, Nintendo, Sony. They're doing what they do. What else? I'll tell you, it's just kind of ironic to me in a way. It's kind of, man, you are one moody dude. Peace, MVG. It's all good. I am moody today, aren't I? I think some people like that, though. MBG, you're going to talk about your experience with spoilers. Not in this stream. No, once I complete the game, I'm going to do a dedicated spoiler cast stream where we can dive into all the ins and outs of the story. Mental breakdown gamer. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, it's going to happen. What I was going to say is, like, the one of the most ironic things about this, you know, the timing. This is Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 is coming from Insomniac, and Insomniac was purchased by Sony in 2019 for like $225 million. And it's just crazy to me that Spider-Man 2 is going to ensure that Sony is going to be number one this holiday season, and probably for a little while going into 2024. That's the type of, that's the type of quality that this game is, and people are going to gravitate towards that. And I just think it's so funny that during a time of mass consolidation, right? I mean, you see Microsoft out here spending tens of billions of dollars on entire publishers, hoping to achieve things like this. And Sony, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm willing to give a lot of credit to Sony on this one, because yeah, it's true, they bought Insomniac. So it's not, I don't want to sit here and make it sound like Sony doesn't make purchases of their own. They do, but my God, you want to talk about making a smart purchase. Sony didn't have to spend $68 billion on Spider-Man 2. They didn't even have to spend $1 billion. They spent $225 million on a studio that was happy to join them. That studio improved over time since they joined them, and now they're putting out their best game so far, and it's just been getting better ever since. As a fucking player, as somebody who bought a PS5 and had expectations for Sony, this is exactly what I wanted from them. This is why I've been talking recently about how I don't want Sony to buy a publisher, because this is what Sony does. This right here. We buy studios, we buy the talent, and we grow the talent, and they get better and better and better every time. And we win. This is why it is fucking annoying, not to keep focusing on it, but why I get so defensive when I see these people pointing out bugs, and the conversation is shifting towards, we need to talk about bugs. We need to talk about how buggy this game. Like, no, you don't. Go fucking play it and enjoy it. And if you're having some bugs, report it to Insomniac, because they're the ones that are going to fix it. So if your experience is really as bad as you're making it sound, if your experience is really that terrible, go let them know, and they'll fix it for you. This reminds me of Horizon Forbidden West as well. I remember Horizon Forbidden West did launch with some bugs, and the same shit happened. We got to tear this game down. We got to shit on this game. Like, Horizon Forbidden West is a fucking buggy mess. No, it wasn't. It had some bugs, just like most, if not all, open world games do when they launch. And you people are trying to tear it down. Xbox troll farms are on meetings now. I bet they are. I bet they are, bro. Oh my God. They're having fucking meetings. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. That is very sad. That is very, very sad. Doolin Jones, thank you for the super chat, my friend. You're saying the beginning of the start opening was pure epicness. One of the most badass, best early opening start to a video game I've ever experienced. Spider-Man 2 is an astonishing game. I'm 52% complete, and I played 15 hours so far. I'm loving it. Good shit, man. Yeah, the opening to Spider-Man 2 was insane. It was. I mean, you can tell like they felt a pressure, Insomniac that is, to really start this game off with a bang and open it in a big way. And they did. I mean, they constructed that opening like they had something they had to prove, and they had to set the bar even higher. And it was really good, man. It was epic. The scale, again, the speed, and something else I was impressed with when I played the opening is it also served as a tutorial. And I think the thing I like most about the way they handled the opening is they respected the fact that there are going to be a lot of returning players. Obviously, it's a sequel to one of the best-selling games. There's going to be a lot of returning players, but they still understood that they had to keep it as a tutorial, right? And the fear there is that they would have leaned too much in either direction, but I think this kind of speaks to Insomniac's expertise in game development, where if you play that opening, they didn't lean too much in either direction. It's it's not holding your hand to the degree where it's like, okay, I just want to enjoy the game. Like I already know I'm returning. I'm a returning player. You know, it didn't do that. And it didn't do that because even if you were a returning player, yeah, you still have to go through the motions of going through the tutorial, but they have this epic, insane boss fight that even if you feel like, oh, okay, I don't need to relearn this stuff, you don't even care because it's like, dude, look at what's happening in front of you. I just think that they achieved a perfect balance with this opening where it's an opening that I think can truly make everybody feel good and feel like, wow, that was awesome. Like even if you're brand new, you're getting the whole thing, right? If this is your first time playing an Insomniac Spider-Man game, honestly, I do feel like it would probably be a little bit difficult, get a little bit distracted by everything that's going on around you, and maybe forget some of the things they're trying to teach you. But it was excellent, man. It was, and it got me really interested in the character, Sandman here. Where, again, I'm not going to go into any spoiler territory, but it's it's not as simple or clear cut as maybe one would think just going into it. So Doolin Jones, I really appreciate the super chat, man, and yeah, you keep enjoying the game because that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing, and everybody here seems to be doing that. Ibby saying no spoilers, but have you done the Howard mission yet? I don't think so. No. Isn't he the bird guy? Or maybe I'm getting names confused, but no, I don't think so. That does not ring a bell. I don't think I've done it. I swear, I'm trying to remember who that is. For some reason, is that who it is? Because I just got done playing Remastered, and for some reason, I'm like the bird person. Yes, I mean I don't know what else to call him. Isn't he the bird person? I haven't. If there is a mission with him in it, though, I have not come across it yet. All right, let's see. So I was correct though. Okay, I'm thinking of the right person. Oh, I'm kind of excited now. I was wondering if he would return. No, I'm not talking about Vulture. JT Koo, I have 3 super chats from you. You say Elon Musk should buy PlayStation. They need real. Oh, hold on. They need real financial backing to compete with Xbox, or they are doomed. Soon, all you PlayStation gamers will come home to Daddy Xbox. Daddy Xbox welcomes all gamers. Come on over, Remake Station players. Damn, JT Koo. JT Koo going in hard on PlayStation fans right now. I mean, look, man. I get it. But that's some bullshit right there, bro. That right there, like that is. Oh, my company bought a big publisher. We're good now. We win now. You come to us now. Like, no, we're good, man. We're good. Sony needs some real financial backing. Dude, Xbox, I'm telling you, man, Xbox players are going to fucking cry so bad if Sony does buy a big publisher, man. They're going to fucking lose it. And I'm saying that as somebody who doesn't want them to buy a publisher. But as far as I'm concerned, losing Activision Blizzard, good fucking riddance, bro. Straight up. I'm not even kidding either. Like, good fucking riddance. Xbox can have that shit. I'm more interested in Bethesda, frankly, than I am Activision Blizzard. Like, there are Activision Blizzard games I could see coming out, or sorry, not Activision Blizzard, Bethesda games that come out in the future. Like, if they ever do the Evil Within 3, maybe the next Doom or something like that, that I could see myself being like, okay, yeah, Xbox got me on this one. That was well played. But dude, fucking Activision Blizzard, I see these fucking losers where they're so fucking cringe. They are posting on Twitter pictures. These people are making up pictures of Crash Bandicoot hugging an Xbox logo, and they're saying, "Welcome home." Like, oh my God, you guys are fucking embarrassing, man. Holy Lord, what is happening with these guys? Welcome home, Crash. Like, that was never his home to begin with. Don't know where that comes from, but geez, this is just sad. Like, it's just very sad. It is. I mean, I understand, that is salt in the wound, though, to a degree. Like, I get it, because the home of Crash Bandicoot and Spyro is PlayStation, period. Like, anybody who says otherwise is an imbecile. That is the home of these characters. That's where they began, And a lot of people grew up playing Crash and Spyro on PlayStation. So I understand totally that with Microsoft owning Activision Blizzard, yeah, that is some salt in the wound there. If they ever make new Crash or Spyro games and they're exclusive to Xbox, that's like, oof. But I'm only speaking for myself here. Like, I enjoyed Crash Bandicoot growing up and Spyro, but I haven't played the recent ones. I haven't. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I have and that I'm so upset. Like, I'm more upset about Guitar Hero and possibly Tony Hawk than I am Crash and Spyro. But I know a lot of people love Crash and Spyro. But man, these people are cringe. Crash went home to Daddy Xbox. Crash and Spyro, they went home to Daddy Xbox. Oh man, these guys, what are they? They're so sad. I'm still laughing, visualizing that. They made Crash look all like wide-eyed too. They made him look like babies. They made like Crash and Spyro look like babies. You're saying, Fred, you've seen them saying they could do a new Tenchu game when FromSoft, but FromSoft still owns the IP. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, Sekiro 2, there was some conversation about like that. I think people were saying that would be a multi-plat, because I think FromSoft owns that IP as well. Is From Software on the market? They're owned by Bandai Namco. No, they're owned by Katakawa. So I don't think they're on the market. So Sony did the next best thing by investing in them. If Sony really wanted to, I think they could try to buy them. I don't know if they'd be able to, though. But dude, I hate that attitude. JTQ, I appreciate the super chats, man, but I do hate that attitude. That's a horrible. That's just such a sad attitude to have, in my opinion, and it's so false. It's fake, is what it is. It's fake. It's like, oh, everybody's gonna come to Daddy Xbox because of they own Activision Blizzard now. Like, dude, Activision Blizzard is a fucking joke. Like, honestly, I mean, financially they're not a joke, obviously, but they are a joke. Blizzard is a shell of their former selves. Like, Blizzard hasn't been good, from what I can tell, in a long time. Like, people think Microsoft just got gold, and it's like, did they really, though? Did they really just get gold? I mean, let's really think about it here. I mean, maybe in the mobile sector. I saw that you are very hated on Twitter and X by Xbox fans, MBG. Yeah, dude, they've been sharpening their axes for years, waiting. Oh no, guys, if Sekiro goes to Game Pass, MBG will never play it. Dude, contrary to popular belief, I do not avoid games that launch in the Game Pass. Why do people think I do that? They got rusted iron. No. It's like, dude, people are hyping up Call of Duty now. It's like, oh my God. Like, I guess it's just good now, right? Call of Duty's just great now. It's been great. It was always great. It was never bad. And I'm just saying, like, I get it. You're fanboys, you're Xbots, you're going to hype up this acquisition just like, PlayStation fanboys would hype up if Sony gets a publisher. But I'll tell you right now, if Sony does end up buying a big publisher, like if Sony does end up buying Capcom or some shit, oh my God. Dude, you're going to, I mean, I put in my title here, like they're having a meltdown now. No, dude, that shit is that's going to eat them alive. That's going to be real bad. Unless Sony could pull like a kind of wild card and they could buy a publisher and announce that all their games are going to remain multiplat. What then, though? I don't know. I mean, like, could you, like, I guess I'm trying to say, like, could you be mad at Sony if Sony bought a publisher and said, yeah, we're not taking any games away. We're just taking their money. I don't know. I feel like it'd be kind of hard to be mad if that's what they do. All right, let's see. Case by case basis, MBG. That's very true, Fred. It would likely be on a case by case basis. You're saying that would be the best case scenario? I mean, for everybody, it would be, yeah. It would even be a best case scenario for Sony because they would get more money, at least presumably. All right, we got Shreya's N is what I will call you. Thank you for the super chat. You're saying, hey, ABG, I just completed Spider-Man 2. I didn't face any issues at first, but while my second playthrough, I'm facing some bugs that I have to restart the entire mission. Damn, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. Really quick, Hen, you're saying, bro, you literally chose Lords of the Fallen over Lies of P, which you stated we're super hyped for. No, I'm going to be playing Lies of P. I ended up getting Listen, the main reason I ended up trying Lords of the Fallen first, truthfully, is because it's co-op, and I wanted to play with my friend. And I ended up regretting it because it's just really not that good. But Lies of P, I am going to play, yeah. After I'm going to do So the order I'm going to do it in is Spider-Man 2, Alan Wake 2, and then after that, I'm going to play Lies of P. I'm waiting with Lies of P. I'm not necessarily in a rush because it's just a purely single-player game. Alan Wake 2, I can't pass up on that because it's been a long time since I played a solid horror game. So, but I'm sorry to hear about some of the bugs you're experiencing in your second playthrough. And that's so strange to me though. Like even what you just described is strange to me. I'm not saying it's untrue. I'm just saying it's strange where it's like didn't face any issues at first, but with your second playthrough. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I should ask, did you play the first playthrough without a day one patch and then the second playthrough with? Because I don't know, man. ACG and John Linneman, they're claiming that they're experiencing more bugs now that, with the patch. And again, to me, I find that very strange. They're claiming that it does happen on rare occasion. It's like, all right, well, okay. There you go. Give me 1 second here, guys. I still have some super chats to go through here. Oh my lord. Okay. All right then. Oh, Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2. I think I'm almost caught up here. We have Josh with a chat. He says, I didn't experience many bugs with Battlefield 2042, so it happens like that sometimes. But tell us, what are you enjoying about the game? Don't feed the trolls. It's a little bit late for that, man. I'm feeding the trolls good right now. I'm feeding the trolls good this entire stream, bro. And it happens. Like, dude, there are people out there fucking... There are people right now watching the stream just waiting and trying to clip anything they can. So they're being fed good right now, but I mean, hey, it's viewership, right? Hold on. There we go. The clips from this, we will see MBG fighting for his life on Twitter. Dude, Twitter's not a fucking real place, bro. Like these people are trying to they're monetizing their shit based off of shit I'm saying. Like what? It's not a real place, man. And they're making probably fucking pennies. Most of them probably are making shit, I bet you. They're making pennies. And it's like, good for you, man. You go get yours. You go get yours. But I will tell you, I'm going to segue very shortly into discussing more of what I like about Spider-Man 2. Twitter's real to me. It's real to me. No, dude, shit's not real. I'm sorry. I know. Like, look, man. I post what I post on Twitter for engagement. Like, it's not a secret, and everybody does. It's Twitter is a fucking. It's a cesspool, man. Like, let's face it, or X. Sorry, it is, and YouTube can be bad too. But YouTube, it requires more. YouTube requires more than Twitter does. It's called X, damn it. You don't call it Twitter. I try. I try, man. I try to call it X, but it feels fucking weird. It does. All right, let me see. Josh, hang tight, man. I'm gonna dive deeper into my thoughts on the game so far, and it's been a wild 2 hours so far. But I appreciate the super chat, bud. We have AZN Panda 510 saying they're just fishing for clicks. Let's keep it positive. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the name of the game, right? King Sam, you're saying, hey, MBG, beat Spider-Man 2 earlier, encountered only one bug in my entire playtime. Thugs not getting out of their car. Damn, that's a pretty funny one. Pretty shitty one, though, which was easily fixed by restarting the checkpoint. Definitely not a buggy mess. I mean, I believe you, King Sam. I don't see why you would have any reason to lie, man, because, like, that's the thing. What you just described has kind of been I haven't completed the game yet, but like I said, what you just described is my experience so far, too. It's I'm not saying I'm like actively looking for them, but I'm curious to see, frankly, honestly, I'm curious to see if I assume it's going to take me another 10 hours or so or more to complete the game. Maybe, I'm doing side content as well. I'm curious to see if I experience any other bugs in that time or anything that I'm like, oh, okay, I'm noticing it more now, but it's just not a thing that's happening. And again, you're not the only person, King Sam, that has come to me or letting me know that, like, yeah, I haven't really experienced anything either. So, RPG88 says, I'm doing the plat now, LOL. I'm not that good. Okay, RPG. I thought you were saying you platinum the game in 2 days, which it's still impressive to complete it, and now you're working on a plat. That's good, though. That's good. I was a little bit worried for it. I was like, dude, did you even sleep? Honestly, I was about to say, like, did you even sleep? So it makes more sense. Alex Mercer, the prototype member for 4 months, says, I highly recommend setting the swing steering assistance down to at least a 1 for more physics-based swinging. Speed feels a lot like Web of Shadows. I actually forgot about that, and I might test that out tonight when I'm playing the game. I completely forgot that was in the settings. I did cover it and everything, but I've, so engrossed in everything else. Is it that good, though? You're saying do it, MBG? I will have to try this out. I wonder if does it take a lot of getting used to? Like, is it hard to, like, learn how to do it properly? Or does it feel more natural in a way? I imagine, since it's more physics-based, I imagine it's going to be a little bit more difficult. More skill-based. Quinn Bart, you're saying, remember when Final Fantasy 16 came out and the PS5s were overheating? That is not new. They'll all coordinate on the fly with how they can concern troll. Yeah, that's the whole thing, man. Like I don't know what people are. Look, there are a lot of people that seem to be under the influence, I guess you could say, of this type of shit. And it's like, listen, I come from a past on YouTube where I shit on Xbox. Okay. But here's something that I also want to say with that. I don't know how many of you guys here now were here in like 2019 and 2020 and whatnot. Mainly 2019 though. That was really the year of, I was just going off on Microsoft. I just want to say that I never targeted people. I didn't make content on highlighting what Xbox fanboys were saying on Twitter or YouTube videos. I didn't call people out. I didn't even give a I didn't even fucking hardly ever react to anything they were saying. My focus was on Phil Spencer is fucking up. Xbox is fucking up big time. And it's pathetic. And it's sad to see because they keep dropping the ball. And people listen to what I had to say, and I definitely gained a following. But I always was sure to tell people that the reason why I do this and why I even care is because I want to see them get better. And during that time, I clearly created, certain like enemies or whatever. I mean, it sounds dramatic, but people who don't like me, where anytime I talk about Xbox or I talk about Microsoft in a negative way, they take it personally because they associate their identity with it, where it's like they think I'm attacking them. And the difference between me and these people is they are attacking me. They are not attacking. I mean, maybe sometimes they're attacking PlayStation, but they are aggressively attacking me as an individual. And I just think it's kind of funny that, people justify it because they're like, well, you did the same thing. You're no different. You lack self-awareness. Like, actually, you're the ignorant one here, not me. And I'm not the one that lacks self-awareness because I'm well aware of everything I said and did. And you better believe I wasn't doing this shit. I wasn't fucking calling people out, making dedicated videos, just shitting on them and clipping them and blah, blah, blah. And it's fine. I'm not saying there's any problem with it because that, it's just maybe things have evolved, right? Things change. That's just the way it goes. But the only thing I really don't appreciate, truthfully, is when people try to make it seem like I do the same thing when I do not. Like, you can have a problem with anything I say. You can call me out for anything I say. You can disagree. You can laugh. You can whatever. That's fine. It's part of the whole thing here. But I don't like the people that they take a lie, just a clear-cut lie, and they try to prop it up as the truth and use it to represent me and falsify, my channel here and the content for something it's not. That is not cool. So the game has changed in 5 years to MBG. It's all escalated. It has. I have noticed that. And I do struggle with it sometimes because the only thing I struggle with is I ask myself, like, do I want to go with it? Because one thing that's become clear with this in this circle, I guess you could say, is that it is changing. Like, it is escalating. It is going in a different direction. And I do sometimes ask myself, do I want to follow that or just kind of stay behind because I don't know if I'm in agreement with the direction it's headed in. And, it's like somebody said earlier, like, don't feed the trolls, man. And it's like, I would love not to, but you're talking to a person who I will put out a post or a video where I will just simply say, man, the opening of Spider-Man 2 is awesome. And I will get bombarded with trolls. You know, you're going to talk about the bugs. Don't ignore the bugs. Game's a buggy mess. Game's broken. Game's just a fucking movie. It's just filled with cutscenes. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, I mean, this is it then. You know, like this, it's just how it's got to be. I don't make the rules. I don't. They're haters. Well, I mean, yeah. But they demand the attention, and they get it. You know, even if it's not from me, they'll get it. And if there's something that I have learned, though, that I notice a lot of these people haven't learned yet, I'll tell you. And this is kind of funny to me. It'll be funnier later on. Something I have learned with this, though, and yeah, that's true. You're saying both sides do it. Well, yeah, but that's the whole thing is like, there's no reason to even mention that. Like, of course, it's like, well, who started it? It's irrelevant to the conversation now at this point. It doesn't matter who started it. The only thing that matters to people, to onlookers, is who's winning it. You get what I'm saying? Like it to the onlooker, and to the viewer, it's not about who started it. It's about who's winning it, and who's, you know, is it who's winning that tug of war. But what I was going to say is that it's kind of interesting to me that a lot of people seem to not understand that right now, the things that people are building right now, whether they know it or not, could very easily collapse on them or implode on them. And I get it. You know, you live by the sword, you're going to die by the sword. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And right now, there are a lot of, you know, there are certain individuals, certain people where it's like, now that Microsoft is spending their money and, you know, making big moves in the industry, they seem to forget or just not care or ignore that doesn't mean their core problem is solved. The core, you know, people are like, well, you can't say Xbox has no games anymore while you're talking about how great PlayStation's games are. Okay, you're right about that, but the question still remains, is the core problem solved? And I'm not at all convinced that it is. Maybe it is. We'll see. But in the same way that it seemed like Sony could do no wrong after the PS4, it seemed like Sony was untouchable, bulletproof. They can't do anything wrong. We learned, a lot of people learned, I think, very quickly, that no, they can. They are not untouchable. They are not bulletproof. If they, you know, it just takes a certain string of decisions that can change the entire conversation and perception. And that is what has happened. And I think that these people who are rallying so aggressively behind Microsoft are frankly fools. You could tell they're fools. You could tell they don't know what they're doing because they're completely ignoring that fact that you think Microsoft isn't going to fuck up again. Like you really think so? You're that convinced that they will never fuck up again, or at least not anywhere near on the level that they have in the past. You really think that? You really think the company that had to spend $75 billion to just get any recognition whatsoever, you think they're not going to fuck up? Gotcha. I see where your confidence comes from. It's Devil, you're saying, MBG, I'm surprised YouTube hasn't done anything with these people. They have been going against YouTube terms of service. Well, maybe I can't say if that's true or not. You know, I can't say if that's true or not because I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. What I do know is YouTube clearly won't do shit. Did you see with the whole Sniper Wolf thing? She straight up doxed somebody, like a big creator, and YouTube's like, okay, fine, we'll temporarily demonetize her. Like, the fuck? Like, okay, I mean, I get it, but it's business, man. Like YouTube is a business too. Yeah, she makes the money. You're saying, and this is why videos are getting made about you. Dude, what, you're telling me videos are getting made about me because I'm saying Microsoft will fuck up in the future? Is that what you're saying? Because, like, dude, they will. It is not a matter of if. Sony will fuck up too. This is a guarantee. It is not a matter of I want them to fuck up or I hope they do. I mean, I don't care either way. Right? Like I don't care either way because they will, dude. Like, these are businesses. These are not our friends. And I get it, man. Like, people make fun of me all the time and they shit on me because they think like I believe Sony is my friend or some shit. Like, no, Sony is a company and a business, and they probably don't even fucking know I exist. In fact, I'm sure they don't know I exist. But that, just because I enjoy what they do, like, for example, I'm really happy about Spider-Man 2, and I'm super thrilled that it's as good as, it's actually better than I thought it would be. And I'm loving it. Right? I'm loving it. But that doesn't mean that Sony won't put out a bad game. Sony will put out a bad game. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Now, granted, I don't expect that bad game is going to be Ghost of Tsushima 2 or Sony Santa Monica's, new IP, but it might be, I don't know, Sony London, right? Sony London's making a fantasy live service game. That could be a fucking horrible game. And that would be a PlayStation studio making a bad game. I mean, we could see one of the bigger studios mess up, right? But it's unlikely. And I get it, man. Like, I get that. Look, Sony has had an off year, and there's no doubt about that. I think Spider-Man 2 is a breath of fresh air, frankly, because it serves as a good reminder of, like, Sony didn't have a good showcase this year. They made some business decisions that obviously a lot of people not happy with, a lot of fans not happy with. They didn't really announce any new games of consequence. And, their big game in the beginning of the year, Forspoken, wasn't as good as people hoped. So it's like, yeah, it was not a great year for PlayStation. I can honestly say, like, it really wasn't, especially during a year when their competition is in the process of eating up an entire publisher. So I get it. Like, I guess what I'm trying to explain here is that Spider-Man 2 serves as a good reminder of, like, this is what PlayStation does. This is why I'm here in the first place. And as long as they continue to do this is why I'll stay here. It doesn't mean they can just do whatever they want, but, I also understand that in the bigger picture, Microsoft, just as sure as Sony's going to fuck up at some point, so will Microsoft. But the difference is Microsoft has a much higher chance of fucking up. And I don't think people realize that. That's not me trying to be a hater on people who are subscribed to Game Pass and want good games in Game Pass. I'm not saying that. Like, obviously, I'm not hoping that Microsoft fucks up because it's just like, well, they just bought two massive publishers. If they fuck up, there are two publishers now that are going to feel the repercussive effects of that. So it's not just Microsoft anymore. It's Microsoft and publishers. And the same goes for Sony, right? Like, if Sony buys a publisher, then they will feel the repercussive effects of if something goes wrong. But I just don't think a lot of people want to acknowledge the fact that Microsoft, there is no guarantee. And that's the whole thing I'm trying to point out here is there's no guarantee that this goes the way people think it's going to go for them, where they spend $68 billion and they win. And the consumer wins. And that's that. Everything's great. Everything's amazing. When in reality, it's like, interesting. So you're saying that as long as a company is willing to spend the most amount of money, that automatically means that nothing can go wrong and that it's all, smooth sailing from here. But in reality, I think anybody with any kind of common sense or anybody who's paid any attention to any business moves of significance at any point in time, they'll realize and they'll tell you that it's a 50-50 thing. Like, it can go really well and it can work out, or it can fucking tank and it can go in the opposite direction. And there have been plenty of examples where that has happened. So I guess I'm saying all this because it's like, for example, right now, PlayStation fans have a renewed sense of confidence in PlayStation and Sony because Sony comes out and says, here's Spider-Man 2 from one of our best studios. Enjoy. And we are. And it's like, yes, we love when Sony does this. This is exactly what, we hope for. And I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about PlayStation right now. But, this idea that I can infer from that PlayStation's now untouchable. Sony, did you see what Sony just did with Spider-Man 2? They're not going to make any mistakes. It's only going to go up from here. Like, the confidence can be there. Like, I think that they'll keep doing things like this. And, this is great reinforcement that here we are, they're doing it, but there's no guarantee or promise that 2024 will be a better year for Sony because of Spider-Man 2. There's no guarantee or promise that Call of Duty and Crash Bandicoot and Spyro and Blizzard, that these things are just going to continue to exist and thrive now that they're under Microsoft. There's no promise of that. And that's, I just don't understand where people get this from. I asked before and I'll ask again, like, where are you getting this confidence from? Where? No one can answer that. At least from what I can tell, no one can answer that question because they have to actually think, where does it come from? And then they realize the only thing it comes from is a promise, is a fucking promise that a company made to you. That's all it comes from. You're saying, and why not be confident? Well, that's the whole thing. Is I'm not saying people shouldn't be confident. I think it's fine. Like, at the end of the day, I think it makes sense where it's like, well, yeah, Microsoft is all in and it's too big to fail, right? So be confident. But at the same time, it's like, I've been following Microsoft for a long time and the leadership hasn't changed. And I'm basically just trying to tell people, like, look, man, I'm not saying hate on them. I'm not saying don't be excited at all, but just understand that this shit, it could go sideways real quick, a lot quicker than you think. And you think Phil Spencer doesn't know that? Dude, Phil Spencer's probably, that man is probably aging a year every week right now because the fucking amount of shit. I'm just saying the hard part comes next. The hard part is the remainder of this generation. You don't have to be confident to be excited about what Xbox and Game Pass could be. Well, I guess, yeah, but that just, to me, that just kind of translates to, I get it, I get it. It is easy, I think, for a lot of people when they're convinced, when they're convinced. I think that maybe the convincing itself makes up for everything. If a company can convince you of something, then that is the confidence. And I think maybe in this case, that's what it is. It's people have been convinced that the confidence is a given. That, like, yes, just the answer is just yes. Like, I just saw Angry Joe's review of Starfield, and the Starfield itself isn't relevant really, but one of the things he said, and this is from Angry Joe, and this confirmed it to me that I knew I wasn't fucking crazy. I mean, look, I know people shit on me and it's like, you're a fucking fanboy and blah, 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 but I knew something's fucking weird right now. And he said in his review that you couldn't say a fucking bad thing about Starfield without getting attacked, just straight up. I mean, like, you could not say shit about this game. And I noticed that as well. Like, I very clearly noticed that, dude, because people were going nuts. And I'm like, That's fucking weird to me. Because not because it's not because it's wrong for people to feel like, I don't want you to hate on the thing I like. I get that aspect of it. But what's fucking weird to me is that it's almost like this kind of wall has been formed. And this wall is made up of like people who they are like out here being like, we have to fucking silence and stop and mute and censor and just fucking tear this shit down, man. Like, just stomp it out before it can even ever become a thing. Even if it's coming from what would be considered an unbiased source, right? You can't let it happen. And I'm like, that shit is fucking weird. That is truly bizarre. You're saying I'm doing that right now? Hey, no, the difference between me and them is I'm willing to take a step back and say, okay, look, professional reviewers, they're telling me that they had a better experience pre-patch. I have a difficult time believing that because of my own personal experience, but I'm not going to sit there and say you're fucking liars. You're fucking liars and you're just trying to shit on the game. No, it's ACG, it's John Lindemann from Digital Foundry, and they're saying like it does happen on rare occasions. So even though I'm not going to like suddenly be like, oh, well, there we go, everything everybody said is true, Spider-Man sucks now. No, I am willing to take a step back and say, I'm not seeing that, and that sounds a little strange to me because I've literally never heard of that before until today. But you guys are not radical fucking fanboys. You know, you guys are not trolls. You guys are actually people who review games, and you try your best to be as unbiased as possible. So I'm willing to, no, I didn't fucking say that. Well, I'd have to go back and listen. I was pretty worked up. Well, even if I did say that, I take it back because that's not what I was trying to say. I'm pretty sure I stopped myself and said, I'm not calling out John Lindemann or ACG specifically. I'm just saying that it sounds like some people will get behind that and say like not them, but some people will get behind that and suddenly be like, oh, well, everybody's pointing out bugs and shit. So yeah, I guess we should just be in agreement. Right. And maybe I didn't make myself clear. I'm not saying that's what John Lindemann and ACG are saying or doing, because they obviously they wouldn't fucking do that. I'm talking about the people who follow them, like the people who are being exposed to all this shit where, it goes from 1 minute, it's like, I'm enjoying Spider-Man 2 and I'm having a great time. But then, I'm coming across these shitty fucking videos that people are showing to me. And now I see ACG and John Lindemann, they're saying, yeah, they're running into some more bugs too. Then it just becomes, well, okay, we just gotta, I guess what I'm saying is it vindicates and it validates the people who are trying to clearly slander something and shit on something. And that's where, again, I don't mean to keep focusing on it, but it's hard not to bring up during this conversation. I just want to know, where are the clips of me telling people to calm down and stop shitting on Starfield so much? Where are the clips of me telling people when Starfield was out, you should stop doing this because it's going to make those people on the other side want to come back and do it themselves? Where are those clips? Where are all the people who clearly obsess over my content and hang on every word? Where are those clips? They will not make those clips. They will not make those fucking clips. But that's the whole thing, is like, I'm considered like a source where it's like, well, he's the last person that should be saying that, right? He's the last person that should be saying that, and yet he's saying it. So I guess I'm just going down this fucking rabbit hole because there is some weird shit going on out there right now, and I don't care what anybody says. It's fucking true. There's some weird shit going on out there right now where Microsoft spends a bunch of money on Game Pass. Everybody loves them now, and that's fine. But it has empowered certain individuals to behave in a certain way that I even understand why they would behave that way right now. But it's like, I think people need to, again, just be aware that the only thing you have right now are promises. That's it. Promises. And it's fine. That's good enough, I think, for a lot of people. However, I don't think that's enough to justify a lot of the shit that people are doing right now and a lot of the shit that people are saying. Well, to be frank, as Devil Shooter pointed out, I think there's just some shit that people are doing that there's just some shit that people are doing that frankly wouldn't be justified regardless. But it's weird, man. It's just weird to see how it's going, because maybe, I don't know, maybe I could turn this whole thing around right now. Maybe I could fucking flip this shit upside down and turn it around, and right? I could do it by maybe saying, you know what? Maybe we do deserve this, guys. We asked for this. All the PlayStation fanboys on Twitter that clipped Starfield and shit on Starfield and went on a crusade against Starfield, we had it coming, and now we're receiving it. So let me ask, if I were to say right now obviously I can't speak for everybody, and there'd probably be plenty of people who didn't listen to me, but if I were to say, let's call a fucking truce, this would be the perfect time to call a truce, right? Or, maybe not yet. Let's give it another week. Because, I don't want to call a truce now. No, go ahead. Take your shots at Spider-Man, drag Spider-Man, do everything you got to do, get it out of your system. Get your revenge. Get your revenge for the next week or 2 weeks or however long you need to. But once you're done and you tire yourself out, you don't have the authority, MBG. You don't have the authority. I clearly don't. But it's interesting. It's food for thought here. The question is, would they say fine? Okay? Like if most if we were to kind of just shake on it and say anybody who does this from now on, they're pushed to the outside because they don't speak for these groups of people, right? They don't speak for PlayStation fans. They don't speak for Xbox fans. So anytime we see it, we know, they're just fucking around. We don't give them any attention. We don't give them any oxygen. We just enjoy our games. Would people agree to that? That's the question I have. Let them, get your revenge for 2 weeks on Spider-Man 2, right? But going forward into 2024, when Xbox releases a game, when Sony releases a game, no bullshit, no games. Well, I mean, games literally, but you know what I'm saying. Nope, wouldn't happen. Not in a million fucking years. Not in a million years, because it makes too much sense. It makes too much sense. Some people love the toxic stuff. I know. It's not, listen, Leo, it's not just some people. It's not just some people, man. I hate to say it. It's well beyond some at this point. So when we talk about things shifting, things changing, Leo Jimmy says, Insomniac 2023 is the 2009 Naughty Dog. I don't know where you are in the game, but I got chills when I first got that suit. This game is Uncharted 2 level. I'm very pleased and don't want it to end. I'm getting that feeling too, man. I am. Spider-Man 1 was so good that you naturally have to begin to ask yourself, what are they really going to be able to do to elevate this game that much, right? Like, how much better can it get between Spider-Man Remastered and Miles Morales? And they're doing it, man. So, Leo Jimmy, I'm in agreement. I think Insomniac has outdone themselves here, frankly. They just keep getting better. I mean, you do have to wonder, like, is this their peak? Oh, really quick, too. I want to be really petty for a second here. All the people complaining about all the Xbox fanboys, the Xbots, all those complaining about the cutscenes in Spider-Man 2. Were you complaining about Hellblade 2's cutscene from the Xbox showcase? There's no gameplay, it's just a cutscene. Were you complaining about that? Or were you talking about how amazing it looked? Just some food for thought. I'm just saying. Consider it. Consider it. Saying it doesn't fit the narrative. It doesn't fit because it shouldn't fit. That doesn't have to be the narrative. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying you can like cutscenes, man. That's all. Cutscene defense force here. I'm just saying you can like cutscenes. All right, it's fine. It's fine. Honestly, Hellblade 2 could be like, I don't know. It could be like 50% cutscenes and I'd still play it. Really, because I mean, it looks good. It looks fucking good, doesn't it? I think it does. All right, let's see. Let's see. So, Leo, thank you for the super chat. We have Sim Particle, a member for 8 months, saying, I wish Spider-Man 2 came out during Thanksgiving, man. My grades are on the verge of tanking. I'm sorry to hear that, man. You got to prioritize your grades, dude. Just remember, Spider-Man 2 isn't going anywhere. All right? Life comes first. Spider-Man 2 isn't going anywhere. Carson Kelly, a member for 4 months, says Naughty Dog hasn't made a good game since Amy Hennig left. They need to hire her back. They were top. You're saying they was top dog. Now Insomniac is bring back Amy Hennig. Well, first off, they're not going to bring back Amy Hennig. That ship has sailed. I don't know that I'm entirely in agreement with you. Uncharted 4 was pretty good. I think a lot of people really loved Uncharted 4. And then they did The Last of Us Part 2. I'll tell you this. I think Naughty Dog has something to prove. They do. I really believe that. I think they can do it. I think they can rise to the occasion. I think Naughty Dog is, we've seen this happen to beloved studios before where they peak. They peak and then they just slowly get worse and worse and worse and worse. And I'm not saying that's Naughty Dog, but I'm saying I think their next game, they have to prove that. I mean, I don't know. It depends, because The Last of Us Part 2 is such a divisive game that there are going to be a lot of people say that Naughty Dog doesn't have to prove shit. The Last of Us Part 2 is a masterpiece, one game of the year, 10 out of 10. What are you talking about? But, it was a divisive game, and, there are plenty of people who also didn't like what they did with that game. So I guess I'm just saying, let me put it to you this way. I think what Naughty Dog needs more than anything right now is a new IP. A fresh start to prove we aren't just The Last of Us. We don't need The Last of Us to be great, right? We don't need to make a third one. We don't have to just keep using that IP. We don't have to go back to Uncharted. We can do what we've done best. We created a new IP with Uncharted. We created a new IP with The Last of Us. And these games turned out to be some of the biggest games ever. And yes, they spawn franchises, but we can still do that. That's what Naughty Dog needs to prove, in my opinion, that they still have that fire to do that, because that's the most important thing in this industry, and it's also the most difficult thing, but it's also the thing that people have given them the most credit for. Because I'll tell you what, right now, they could obviously succeed by doing The Last of Us Part 3, but I don't think they're going to prove anything by doing The Last of Us Part 3. I think that they could go in different directions with it. They could maybe win a bunch of people back if they go in certain directions and make certain story decisions, but they're not going to prove anything other than we can still make a good Last of Us game, and that's fine. Like that would still be great. But I really think when you consider just how special of a studio Naughty Dog is and what has made them so great over the years, they need to come out with a new IP and they need to show people once again, like, see, we still got it. We haven't peaked. Not yet. That's my opinion anyway. Jenna Hayes with a $5 super chat says Xbots never cared about Japanese publishers until Sony buys one. LOL. I would even go as far to say it wasn't until Phil Spencer decided he wanted to get more serious about bringing Japanese publishers over to Xbox and Japanese games. There's nothing wrong with saying that they don't care. I mean, we're not speaking for everyone, but there's nothing wrong with saying that because that's based on the data. The data tells you that, dude, people don't buy Japanese games on Xbox. They don't. That's. I understand that they're going to be like people who want to get defensive about that. It's not that big of a deal. It's just the data tells you that for a fact. These Japanese games are purchased mainly on PlayStation, on Nintendo, and even on PC more so than Xbox in some cases. So I don't think there's anything wrong with Xbox wanting to pursue Japan more. I think it's smart. I don't know that it'll work out. I guess what I'm trying to say is Microsoft doesn't know if they dump a bunch of money into Japanese games and publishers. They don't know if that's going to pay off, because it could just be a total waste of money. Xbox, Phil Spencer sees the data too, and he clearly sees that, man, our player base isn't really buying Japanese games, at least not anywhere near the levels that they are on the competing platforms. And I understand why Phil Spencer would feel like we got to change that, and maybe they can, but they do have a Japanese developer now in Tango Gameworks, and we'll see how that works out for them. I think that's a good start. But no, I totally get what you're saying, Jenna Hayes. We have Mario B with 2 super chats here. He says, the console wars have been over for years. Xbox admitted defeat, and Jim announced his retirement like he was waiting for Phil to say it. And then you also say, I'd love to see Insomniac do a Superman title. I mean, it would be very interesting to see a Superman game from Insomniac. I don't think they'll ever do that, though. I think if Insomniac sticks with making hero games after Wolverine, I think they're going to stick to the Marvel universe. But I totally get why you're saying that, because of the movement and the speed. Certainly in Spider-Man 2. So I'm right there with you, man. Let me see here. So I want to talk about a couple of... So how have you guys been playing Spider-Man 2? Have you been playing in the fidelity mode? Have you been playing in the performance mode? Because I got a couple things to say here. I started playing in the performance mode. I ended up switching to fidelity mode. If something is going on with the performance mode, it reminds me of Horizon Forbidden West. I remember when I played Horizon Forbidden West, I wanted to play in the performance mode at 60 FPS, and there was just something going on with it. It didn't look that great. The visual quality of it was reduced too much for me to really enjoy it in that mode. So I ended up playing Forbidden West at the 30 FPS mode with fidelity mode. And then eventually they did correct the performance mode. And I went back and I played it a little bit in the performance mode to see how big of a difference it was, and they totally turned it around. It was way better. Way better. And I'm seeing a similar situation here with the performance mode for Spider-Man 2, where it doesn't look like horrible. It still looks pretty good, and you can definitely play the game in this mode. But I'm coming off of playing Spider-Man Remastered in performance mode, and I also played Miles Morales and Ratchet & Clank in performance mode. And what I noticed with these performance modes is they looked really, really, really good. I mean, they looked clean, man. Really clean. And so when I noticed that this performance mode didn't look the same, I was like, okay, well, maybe I can go into the fidelity. And a lot of people are mentioning fidelity with 120 hertz enabled, 40 FPS fidelity mode. I went to try this out. Holy shit. I'll tell you right now, if you have the ability to play this game, yes. If you have the ability to play in fidelity with VRR uncapped, do it. Because this game runs... I know it's not running at 60, and it's certainly anytime it may... I think sometimes it does get to 60 FPS, but it doesn't stay there, and it drops and it fluctuates. But let me tell you, it's really good. Like it's actually, to me, it is absolutely the ideal way to play because you get that fidelity, that higher fidelity, that crisp resolution, all the effects, and you're getting a frame rate that, I mean, you can feel the fluctuations and you can notice it, but man, it feels just way better than the locked 30 FPS, like way, way better. And if you switch it to the 60, you can still feel the difference by sticking to that stable 60, but it's not a massive difference by any means. And I did try the 120 hertz mode in performance mode with an uncapped frame rate. And I mean, yeah, that's awesome as well. It's as smooth as it could possibly be, but I didn't like the just how degraded the visuals were in choosing that mode. So, sticking to the fidelity, with the 40 FPS VRR enabled uncapped, you can't go wrong, man. In my opinion, you cannot go wrong choosing that. And this game looks really, 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 really good in fidelity mode. It looks really good. Saying it looks terrible, I don't think it looks terrible. I think Spider-Man 2's visuals look very good. They're not perfect. Like, there are certainly imperfections, but I don't know, man. I'm impressed. I am. There's something else I want to talk to you guys about, though, with Spider-Man 2. And I'm trying to figure this out. And I don't know if you guys are going to feel the same as me, but the combat in this game. Okay. I know it's pretty much the same. I mean, there are new abilities and whatnot, but I'm trying to figure out if the combat feels weightier, if it feels heavier. Like, I feel like you know what? Let me extend that. It's not even just the combat. I feel like movement in Spider-Man 2, except for the swinging, feels like it has more weight to it in a good way. Where, for example, like when I am running on the ground, like I'm trying to figure out if this is the DualSense making, like, kind of tricking me into feeling that way. I don't know if it's the DualSense doing that or if it's actually like it does have a weightier feel to it. Like when I'm in combat and I'm, punching and kicking, I just notice like everything feels like it has just more oomph behind it than, and again, I'm just coming off of playing Spider-Man Remastered. But I am noticing the DualSense as well. And yeah, maybe it's a combination. I will say this. It might be the DualSense. And if it really is the DualSense creating this feeling, I am seriously impressed with this controller. And I'm saying this like 3 years into this generation because I have noticed multiple times that, man, Insomniac has seemingly mastered the DualSense implementation, where there have been times where I play games and the DualSense, it could feel overwhelming, too strong, or too weak. There's like that kind of sweet spot that I think the developers actually have to put time and effort into trying to find it with certain things that they're that you're doing in the game. And everything that I've experienced in Spider-Man 2 with the DualSense, it's like, other than Astro's Playroom, this might be the first game where it's like the DualSense is truly a transformative experience. You know what I should do? I probably should have done this already to confirm to myself. I think I'm going to temporarily turn off all the DualSense features and play the game and see if I still have that feeling of like a heavier weightiness to it or not. Because if I don't, then that confirms to me it was the DualSense actually creating that feeling. And if I do, then I'll know it wasn't the DualSense. The DualSense was just enhancing it, but they did actually change how it feels a little bit. But I'm really curious, man, because if it's true, I will be seriously impressed. Like, no way. I knew the DualSense was capable of doing some crazy things, but now you're telling me it's actually making it feel that much different. That would be very surprising to me. Boss, you ready to talk to the audience yet? Do you have anything to say? Do you want to chime in? Spider-Man 2? Go ahead. No, you just want to get on my lap? That's fine. That's fine too. Boss is coming to hang out. Saying boss looks lovely. Thank you. Meow podcast. Oh my God. I wish you guys could see Leia right now. She's sleeping next to me. Dude, she has her face buried. Like straight. I don't even know how she's breathing. I mean, she's breathing. She's fine. But the way her face is buried into the covers, it's like, it looks like she's knocked the fuck out, dude. Like, it looks like somebody straight up hooked my cat and just knocked her out. And she's just like, am I playing on hard? Actually, no, I haven't felt the desire to increase the difficulty yet because I'm not struggling with the game. Certainly not. But I'm also not I don't feel like I'm just breezing through it. I feel like it's an appropriate challenge level. I do, there are times I will say though, occasionally where I do feel like maybe some enemies I am kind of blowing through a little bit too quickly, but I haven't really thought about increasing the difficulty. Maybe I should experiment with that too. I don't want to get annoyed by it though. I don't know. How does it actually feel difficult? How does Insomniac handle difficulty? I think all the Spider-Man games I've just played on regular difficulty. You're saying it is challenging. It gets real hectic. Interesting. Maybe I will try it out. Maybe it would add a more rewarding feeling to the combat. It's too easy on normal. Yeah, I think I've only died like once or twice in like really stupid ways. So maybe it is too easy. You're saying Astro's DualSense implementation was incredible? Dude, Astro was next level. But that was their job with that game. Were you trying to jump? Where are you trying to go? Staying? All right, that's fine. So if I do increase the difficulty, which difficulty should I play on? I think there are like 2 higher difficulty modes. Amazing difficulty. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'll at least try it. I'll try it. The highest difficulty is unlocked or locked until you complete it. I'll try it. I'll try raising the difficulty. I can't wait to complete the game though and do a spoiler cast with you guys because I mean, there are many things about Spider-Man 2 that are fun, right? Like I'm having fun playing the game. The swinging around, the combat, the upgrades, the different suits, obviously the web wings. I'm telling you, man, the web wings are I think the web wings have really elevated this game, honestly, in a big way. And also, I've noticed that you have to kind of unlock the map by exploring it. I don't remember if it was that way in the first game, but there's like the map, it really is double the size, man. Like there's so many areas I haven't discovered. And I don't know. It's just, I think Insomniac, when I think about all the things they could do for a game like Spider-Man 2 to improve upon the first one, I think they did it. I mean, of course, maybe there's some things we could still think of, but generally speaking, I think that they did exactly what they should have done, what they needed to do. They didn't need to like reinvent the wheel here, right? But we also, I think some people were kind of afraid that it was going to feel too minimal. Like it was way too minimal. And I don't feel that way. I don't. I feel like every aspect of this game, it feels better than the previous 2. It feels more refined. It feels smoother. I honestly was afraid that when I played Spider-Man 2 after playing Spider-Man Remastered so recently, that it was going to feel like, oh wow, this is exactly the same. Like this is identical. In some cases it is, but in most it's not. It's not. And I don't know, man. I just get this. I just like it. Even the smaller, more subtle changes. Is it my game of the year? I mean, I can't say yet. You know, I know I really enjoyed Final Fantasy 16. I will say that at the rate it's going, it probably will be at the rate it's going. And I know that's, of course it's going to be your game of the year, but no, I really mean, like, I always talk to you guys about what is it about Sony's games that I like and draws me in. And I think this is why I do get defensive about people who kind of shit on Sony's games by making it seem like, oh, they're just movie games, they're just whatever. And it's like, I love the balance that Sony Studios are able to achieve where they're like, we're going to tell a great story, right? I mean, we're going to really get you like invested in the story. We're going to suck you in here. And we're going to make that a driving force behind why you want to keep playing this game. And I don't know. So I don't know why I'm saying I don't know. There are two things that I notice that get me really kind of sucked into a game where I'm like, okay, I can't put this game down. Number one, incredible gameplay. Obviously. I mean, gameplay that's so addicting that it's like, I don't want to put this down because this gameplay is too addicting. Number two, a really, really great story that I'm genuinely interested in continuing. And it's like almost like binge watching a new show that comes out where it's like, you can't wait to get to the next episode. And I think what I love about most, if not all, of PlayStation Studios titles when it comes to their single player games is they do a phenomenal job in both areas. I think that it differs from a game to game basis. But another game I can think of where I really felt this way is like Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima had some of the most satisfying gameplay that I've experienced when it comes to sword play. And it just felt incredible the entire time. And the exploration, but the story was also, it was driving me, man, the whole time. And it just works. They just work together to really create an experience that I just feel like we don't get enough of, frankly, in the industry anymore. I mean, maybe this year's been an exception to that. We've had an incredible year of games, but that to me is what it comes down to. And I'm not saying that like Spider-Man 2 has the most addicting gameplay. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that like when I complete and platinum Spider-Man 2 that I'm just going to keep booting it up to just go beat people up. That's not what it's about. It's the same reason I don't just boot up Ghost of Tsushima right now to to go. I mean, I get actually I probably should. But this is also, to me, that's what the experience is supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like it kind of falls into the conversation once again about like, well, how long should a $70 AAA game be? It's like, I get it, man. Spider-Man 2 isn't going to take 35 to 40 hours to complete, but it shouldn't. I care so much more about pacing. I care so much more about the flow of a game and what it's offering than just the sheer length. And there's nothing I hate more in games than when I feel like there's just needless, pointless padding that is when you can tell this was just put here to increase the time I spend playing this game. That can be annoying. And some of Sony's games do suffer from that. But what I appreciate about what Insomniac Games did here is they didn't worry about it. Seemingly, from what I can tell. Again, I haven't completed it, but from what I can tell, they haven't worried about it. They were like I'm sure when they were kind of bringing this game together to complete it, the question arose like, should it be longer? Like, are people going to complain? Are fans going to complain this is too short? And I think that they came to the conclusion that, well, no, because this is exactly what it should be. If we try to add anything more to it, like to the main story and completing it, it's going to, it's likely just going to end up feeling like excess padding and filler. And that's the last thing I think anybody really truthfully wants in their games. You're saying 30 to 40 hours is a sweet spot? Yeah, that's pretty. I would say that's pretty good for the entirety of a game. Like if it's 30 to 40 hours to platinum a game. I think some people were saying that they can that they're platinuming Spider-Man 2 in like 25 hours. I don't think I'm platinuming this game in 25 hours. I'm expecting at the rate I'm going, because I'm not rushing through this game at all, but I'm also not just like slowly walking by and, you know, purposely taking my good old time. I'm just not rushing in any way, shape, or form. I'm just kind of going at the natural pace that I would. There are times where I am stopping to look at things. You know, there are times where it's not often, but there are times where it's like I'm just going to kind of explore a little bit here and look at the city and, you know, look around. And you know, I'm not doing it for like 30 minutes at a time, but, you know, here and there, it's another 10 minutes here, another 15 minutes there, and eventually it adds up. And there's also, I do have to acknowledge this as well. I do have to take into account pausing the game at times. I'm sure that by the time I'm finished with this, like if it takes me 30 or more hours, probably a solid hour or so that will have to be accounted for kind of pausing the game and walking away and, you know, coming back. Fred, you're saying MBG, I follow a lot of the devs of Insomniac, from art directors to the animators, and they each had excitement and some nervousness about the fan reception. I mean, I have no doubt about that, Fred. I mean, there's a lot of expectation on this game to deliver. A lot of expectation. And, you know, the worst thing in the world is when a game is overhyped and it underdelivers. Like, that is the worst thing in the world, because it means it didn't hit the minimum requirement. And sometimes there's an argument to be made that, well, maybe the minimum requirement was too high because it was overhyped. But you also have to ask, well, why is a game being hyped to that level? A lot of times, games that are hyped that high and have that much expectation, it's based off of the developer's previous work. And one of the most difficult things to do is when you deliver like something that would be considered a 10 out of 10 or a 9.5 out of 10 or even a 9 out of 10, you now realize, like, damn, that's the minimum mark we have to hit now for the next game, because that's the expectation we set. Now, granted, for Insomniac, I think it was an 87, you know, an 8, 9 out of 10, in between there. And I think that's why a lot of people were so happy to see that, oh, Spider-Man 2 hit a 91 on Metacritic, because it signified that they not only hit their minimum, right, but they actually went a little bit above it. And so, yeah, you know, it's, I know, like, people are probably going to get all on me because I'm being ultra defensive this stream towards the Xbots and their meltdown over Spider-Man. But I think truthfully, it just comes from a place of confusion, honestly. And it makes me want to disconnect entirely, truthfully, because I'm sitting here, and the confusion lies in, I'm sitting here and I spent all day yesterday playing Spider-Man 2 on my PS5, sitting back, having a good old fucking time, all day, all fucking day. And I even, you know, I was talking to my wife at the end of the night. I'm like, dude, this game is fucking awesome. I even told her, I was like, look, I'm not the biggest Spider-Man fan. She knows that. And I was like, I was kind of expecting not to be underwhelmed, but to just feel like, well, yep, this is this Spider-Man 2, and it feels like Spider-Man 2, and yep, this is good. This is great. But I don't feel that way. I actually feel like this is surprisingly better in multiple areas than I expected it to be. And that was, I mean, I'm not saying that. Rez, you saying you talk to your wife about the same topic. That's awesome. And I think that's why I'm a little bit frustrated and a little bit confused, because it's like, I know that everybody's experience is going to be different with the game. But when I tune into the internet and what the internet is saying, not saying everybody on the internet is saying bad things, but at least from when let's just call it what it is. When I tune into Twitter, right? Like when I pay attention to Twitter, and sometimes I'll just post some shit on there where I'll express my excitement about the game, and I just get bombarded. And it's like, it fucks up my perception. It distorts it. And I just can't help but think, what if that didn't exist in my life? What if the only thing that existed was my 10 hours with this game? No reviews, no conversations about, no opinions from anyone else in this entire fucking world, which sounds impossible given my position here, but zero opinions, just my 10 hours with the game. What does that look like in terms of having a conversation? And that's what, I think that at the end of the day is what frustrates me more than anything, because it's like my experience, boss, come on, man. My experience has been like universally positive. And I understand that like one of the pushbacks on that is, well, you can't pretend that people aren't experiencing bugs. And that's where it gets even more confusing, because it's like, well, I'm not trying to pretend that they don't exist. It's clear they do. I mean, you have people out here whose job it is to report on this shit, and even they're saying like, yeah, I'm running into some bugs. I can't help but feel like, this shouldn't be the driving force behind Spider-Man 2 in the conversation. And I hope it's not, but that's where I'm sure many of you right now will say, but MBG, it's not. Dude, it's not. It's not that, like, these people are irrelevant. And, the haters, so to speak, no one's really paying much attention to them. In fact, you might be paying the most attention to them. And that's where I'm like, God damn, dude, the perception gets all fucked up, because it's hard. Like, it's not even a matter of paying attention. It's just, that's what you're seeing. That's what you're seeing. So it's just so weird to me, man, where it's like, I don't know. It almost makes me wonder. It almost makes me feel like I should have just fucking streamed this game, truthfully. Like, from the start, I should have just streamed my 10 hours. I don't know if I would have been able to stream all 10, but just as much of it as I can to just show, like, I'm playing the game with the patch. It's working just fine. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I care too much about having my, that's always been the struggle with me on this channel. Like, do I stream my game? Do I play it? And I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll do a gameplay commentary. I mean, you guys can see, at least for the first 30 minutes, that's all I have up on my channel for members. You can at least see there that I didn't experience any issues, whatsoever. But, Westcon, you're saying you haven't experienced any bugs? Oh, dude, boss, you get your hair, man. What are you, shedding still? Boss is getting hair everywhere. Bro. Please, just don't let it get in my nose. They will say you don't own a PS5. Yeah. Yeah, I don't own a PS5, man. It's a lie. I'm not even playing Spider-Man 2. You see that Spider-Man 2 PS5 case in the back there? That's just a cardboard cutout. It's not that whole background's a cardboard cutout. It's not real. Oh man. That shit is so funny. Sorry, Henry 3K. I'm sorry, man. I just saw a member for 6 months. He says, "What's up, bro? Currently playing while listening to the stream. The combat is crazy good and love the side quests so far with the side characters." Yeah, I'm just starting some of the side quests now with some of the side characters, and again, I'm not going to dive into it because I don't want to spoil anything. But I'm interested to see where they go. Yeah, it's just a green screen, man. I'm interested to see where it goes. Man, boss is really being a baby today. Boss, speaking to the mic, man. Get down. Get down. He won't do it. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen one day. Every time I tell him to get down, he'll meow at me. But when he's on camera, he knows. Like when the microphone's out here, he knows. Navinzer, thank you for the $5 super chat, man. You're saying everyone sees Xbots bashing Spider-Man the same way that Jonah Jameson bashes Spider-Man. Completely pointless, LOL. Yeah, that's a good comparison. I mean, I don't know. I do get it to a degree. I guess what I'll say at this point is maybe a good takeaway here is people should stop in general doing this, right? Like PlayStation fans on the internet. They probably won't, but this would be a good opportunity, I think, to just, okay, I don't know what the next Xbox game is that's coming out. Actually, that's a good question. What does anybody know what the next Xbox game is? Or is there not a release date yet for their 2024 lineup? But whatever their next game ends up being, like, people should just leave it alone, man. And when I say people, I'm talking about the trolls. Trolls should just leave it alone because it's just like even if it's a fucking disaster, which I'm not expecting that, but like again, I don't know. You're saying you think is it Fable? No way. That feels way too soon. Really? No. Like it was just Hellblade or whatever. Like if Hellblade comes out and it's just like not good, which I don't think it will. I think Hellblade will be good, but just as an example, if it's like not good, or Avowed, maybe Avowed's a better example, where it's like unpolished, it's having issues, blah blah blah, or maybe it's just not a good game. It's like, you know what? We just leave it to Xbox fans to deal with that, and anybody who's more on a affiliated with PlayStation, clearly, just leave it alone. Because in doing that, it'll make it easier to kind of separate these conversations. So we'll be able to turn to Xbox fans when a Sony game releases and say, hey, we didn't say shit. We left it alone. And maybe you should do the same too. I don't know. Probably not going to happen though. I think that is kind of a pipe dream there. It would be nice though. It would be nice. Because I get it. Like, I do feel for Starfield players a little bit where it's obvious, like, there are people who genuinely enjoyed that game. And there were just some people, man, where they were just like, no. Like, you're not enjoying that game. You're never going to enjoy that game. It's just like, what do you mean? I love how fucking ominous it sounds. Like, you'll never enjoy that game. But then, you also have to ask the question, is it a victim of overhype? Too much hype. Is it a victim of too much hype? You're saying don't feel bad for Xbots, we eating over here. Well, I think that's a safe conclusion to come to is everybody's eating right now, man. Whether you're on Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, or PC, everybody's eating and eating pretty good. I mean, we can make the arguments of who's eating better, but at least it's good that everybody's eating, right? You're saying Starfield outsold almost everything this year in 1 month. The players do not care about all the noise fanboys are making. Yeah, that is probably true. All right, let's go check my Twitter, where things will only become less toxic, not more toxic, okay? It will become less toxic, not more. So I'm on my Twitter. Here's my last post, which I was hesitant to put this out there because I'm like, I'm pretty sure people are going to fucking cry a lot. But I put it out anyway. And I said, some people are really struggling to accept that Spider-Man 2 is a good game. They're spending hours trying to find bugs and break it any way they can. I'm playing, expecting shit to go wrong any minute now. 10 hours later, nothing. And so let's go look at some of the replies, shall we? This should make for a good time. Nothing more entertaining than a toxic Twitter thread. The first reply with 122 upvotes Some people are really struggling to accept Starfield as a good game. They're spending hours trying to find bugs and break it any way they can. I'm playing expecting shit to go wrong any minute now. 100 plus hours later. Nothing. Lies! That's bullshit. You want to tell me, listen, you want to fucking tell me 100 hours later you had nothing go wrong in Starfield. Dude, I could play Spider-Man 2 for 100 hours and I'll tell you at least something will go wrong. Okay, at least a couple things will go wrong after 100 hours. That's bullshit. If they said 10 hours, that would be fine. So I replied to this guy. I said, that's funny. I recall Starfield fans going nuts defending the game and pushing back. You're going to sit here and act like they huddled in a corner and cried that everyone was being mean to their game. And then Matt replies by saying, that's funny. I recall Spider-Man fans going nuts and defending the game, pushing back. You're going to sit here and act like okay. Now they're just trolling. You're going to sit here and act like they're huddled in a corner. See how your statement works the exact same way with only one word changed? Yeah, but that's the whole thing about it, man. Like, what difference does it make? What difference does it make? Like, it's just, I don't know. It's like maybe the message here is the take home message with this person's trying to say maybe don't defend. Is that it? Is that the answer? Just walk away. Don't defend. You mean exactly what you're doing about Spider-Man now? You see, here's the thing though. You know what's weird about these people that are so viciously trying to dunk on me? I'm going to read my reply one more time. It's funny. I recall Starfield fans going nuts defending the game and pushing back. You're going to sit here and act like they huddled in a corner and cried that everyone was being mean to their game. Question. At what point in that reply did I say that there's anything wrong with defending a game, with going nuts and pushing back? At what point did I say there was anything wrong with that? Oh, wait, that's right. I didn't say there was anything wrong. I didn't. People are projecting what they want to project with their replies, and they think they're dunking. It's like, dude, I'm. If anything, I'm sitting here saying that it's okay that Starfield fans defended their game. I literally just said, even before going on this Twitter thread, that I kind of understand why some people were upset and felt like they had to, defend it. But goddamn, like, you see what I'm saying? This is how Twitter works, where it's like, I just changed one word. Like, dude, who said this is a bad thing? It's just funny because, dude, all I pointed out is, you guys did it too. You guys defended your game when your game was being dragged. So what's wrong with, that's the question I have. And I think that's what these people don't realize is all I did with this tweet was defend Spider-Man 2 a little bit in saying that people want this game, some people want this game to fail. They're spending hours trying to find bugs. I played 10 hours, I'm not finding anything. And people are out here trying to make it seem like I am doing something wrong by saying this. You see, this is how they fucking twist it. This is how they work, man. This is how they work on Twitter, where it's like, what's wrong here? What is the problem? There is, like, these people are getting all defensive because I told this guy that you're going to act like Starfield fans didn't get nuts and defend the game and push back. Yeah, but you're doing the same thing. Okay, but who said it was wrong? No one's saying it's fucking wrong. I'm just saying this is why I'm pushing back for Spider-Man 2. Unless we can all come to an agreement, which again, it won't happen, that no one should be doing any pushing back of any sort. Is that what we should agree on? Doolin Jones says you need to go and play Stray. Such a beautiful game. I know, man. I meant to play Stray, but it got away from me. I should go play it. I should play with my cats. But dude, believe me when I tell you though, holy fucking shit. The engagement on this fucking post, bro. 314 fucking replies, over 100K views. Oh, man. Twist and amplify. Go right ahead. I'll make that Twitter blue money. Please twist and amplify as much as you would like. I'll be honest though, man, like unless you're getting like hundreds of millions of impressions, dude, you can't really make money on, I mean, you can make a little bit of money on Twitter, but it, like in terms of monetization, you have to have like hundreds of thousands of impressions, or not thousands, hundreds of millions. And even then I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. Some people have claimed that certain accounts are favored over others, like political accounts and whatnot. I don't know. Engagement stonks. Yeah, man. I don't know. Like I'll be honest, man. I've contemplated just leaving Twitter so many times. I really have. I've contemplated just straight up deleting my Twitter. And dude, I was gonna do it. I was getting ready to delete that shit. And then Elon Musk was like, we just enabled monetization. And I'm like, well, I mean, fuck that. I feel like that would be a stupid thing for me to do. Right. But maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I should just do it anyway. Send a real message to social media. I don't want your fucking dollars. Keep it. Oh, man. Maybe I'll sell my Twitter account. I'm looking at some of the other replies here. Let's see. Do you see what I'm saying though, man? Like what people don't like about me and what they don't like about MBG and the MBG brand and Twitter is that, dude, I can put out a tweet like that and it's already at 100,000 views, man. And there's just an insane amount of people agreeing with me that, like, yeah. And I get it. Like, if you're trying to destroy a game and create a narrative, I understand that I'm effectively destroying your narrative just by doing something that small and simple. But you know, like, fuck, why not? Why wouldn't I do it? It's really easy. It's like that tweet took fucking 10 seconds for me to type up. If you like PlayStation, that means you hate Xbox. Obviously, man. Forward Dud, thank you for the $10. You're saying just finished Spider-Man 2, immediately uninstalled. Parry system was inconsistent as hell and ruined boss battles, in my opinion. Story was B+, but yeah, game flow was S+. Overall, I give the game an 8 out of 10, but Spider-Man 1 was better. Really? Interesting. I haven't really encountered any major boss battles yet, so I'll be interested to see if I agree with this. You're saying the parry system really ruined those battles. I'll have to see. For myself, but I appreciate the honesty. Yeah, I don't believe a game like Spider-Man 2 is going to be a 10 out of 10 for everybody. And I don't view your post here as any kind of troll or anything like that. It just seems like an honest to God review. B+. You like the first game better? I wonder, I do wonder though. I do wonder if that's going to be an unpopular opinion for Dud. Like I do wonder if most people are going to walk away from Spider-Man 2 feeling like, yeah, this was better than the first game. Or if there's actually going to be more people than we expect saying I liked the first game better. I don't know, man. At the rate I'm going, I'm liking this game more than the first one. I do have to mess with the parry system a little bit more though. I haven't really been doing much with it, but I guess in certain boss battles you have to. But either way, man, I appreciate the super chat and thank you for letting me know your thoughts on the game after completing it. We got Perfect Image. He says, it's funny when you tell your experience, it's zany. I guess that's the word to use because that's the face you use when you tell your experience in games you're wrong. I mean, I get what you're saying. Perfect image. It's subjective at the end of the day, man. It is. I want to point out what this guy says. This guy says, who cares what Xbox fanboys think? PlayStation community has given this game an almost perfect score. And it has 17,000 ratings on the actual PlayStation Store. And it's sitting at 5 stars. 4.94 rating. Yeah, well, there you go. The people who this is for are happy. I guess at the end of the day, that is all that matters, isn't it? Dude. As I'm scrolling through this post, man, people are just posting all of the bugs that they're finding. And I'm looking at some of them. Some of them, I gotta admit, are pretty fucking funny. Oh my God. Okay, that one's pretty funny. What? That cannot be real. I just watched this guy. He was doing a crime where he was chasing the car. He got on top of the car as Miles, and he went to go pull the bad guys out of the car. And when he went to go do it, there was nobody there. He was just like doing it to air. And then he just teleported halfway across the city and was just on another street entirely. Like mid animation. I'm like, see that? I'm fucking mind blown that this shit is happening. Cause like, dude, I've done that so many times. That is never even remotely, nothing even remotely close. Like that's happened. That was pretty fucking funny though. That was pretty funny. Oh man. Dude, okay, here's another one. I don't know if that's a real bug or not. Some of the shit that people are posting. Oh man. Well, we'll see. I'll definitely update you guys on the next stream as I get more playtime in it. What a fucking crazy thread, though. People going absolutely fucking berserk in there. MBG finally got one up on Sony, got the collector's edition for free from Direct. Damn, dude, how did you manage to do that? For free? The collector's edition? I don't know, man. That sounds is that bad karma? I don't know what that is, man. That I guess that's lucky, maybe. You're saying you saw a funny bug clip where the Spider-Man model didn't load and there was just a white cube swinging around. Oh my God. I did. Somebody sent me this one picture and like it could have been photoshopped, but even if it wasn't, it's so funny to fucking picture this happening where it looked like it was a cutscene and all of Miles, his entire body was gone. It was just his neck and his head. And like that's actually incredible. Like, this is why I'm saying I don't know that some of this stuff is worth being upset over, because that's amazing. If that was, again, not photoshopped. Because I'm almost to a point, dude, where I'm like, I want to see something like this happen just so I can get the fucking laugh out of it, because that's pretty funny. His free collector's edition coupon. You're saying hopefully they change MJ's face. What do you guys think of that conversation? The kind of drama around how they changed MJ. I mean, when I look at the comparison photos, they definitely changed something, but it's not, the change in her face is not nearly as dramatic as people are making it sound. I do think some people are taking it too far, where it's like, they make it sound like they changed her face model in the same way that they changed Peter Parker's. It's like, it's not on that level. Her hairstyle definitely makes her face look different. Devil, you're saying you hate the Peter face change much more. I don't hate it, but I definitely preferred the original. I really don't know why they did that. I honestly think that was a dumb thing to do, just because the first face model of Peter was good. And also, they say in the game that Peter Parker's 25 years old. You guys correct me if I'm wrong on this, and I feel like I am wrong, but I could have swore I heard somewhere in the first game that he was like 28 years old or something like that. Unless I just made that up, which I could have made that up. But I thought he was a little bit older than 25. So yeah, that kind of caught me off guard a little bit. Saying the original was fine too. Yeah, the original face that they used for Peter Parker was more than fine. I think I actually liked it, man. I thought it was unique. That's what I liked about the original Peter Parker's face model is he looked different. You know, he looked different than any other iteration, but he looked, you know, in line with what you would expect Peter Parker, but a unique version that stood out. And I feel like when they switched the face model, no matter, I don't care what anybody says, like they definitely were like, we got to make it look more like Tom Holland. Not exactly, but more towards that. And I'm like, well, he was 23 in the first game. Okay. Where the hell did I get 28 then? I need to know where that came from. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I must have just straight up made that up in my head. But I do think people are being a little bit. I'm really curious to see. I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see how the story unfolds between Peter and Mary Jane. You're saying they sent your order to Florida in a completely different state. I got my money back from UPS and then got a replacement for $0. Oh, wow. Well, there you go, man. That actually, that's not bad karma then. That just, they kind of screwed you over there. Well, they would have screwed you over since it was sent to a completely different state. They said it's more like the actor voiced him. Yuri Lowenthal. You're saying it sounds like the other guy wanted more money. I don't know. I was fine with it, though. It just seemed strange. It seems like they didn't change Miles at all, even a little bit, other than his hairstyle. Miles looks exactly the same. Trying to think if anybody else. Pretty much everybody else looks the same. The voice acting's really good too, though, which I notice. You know, that's kind of a given, but all right. By the way, guys, if you could do me a quick favor here, we still have over 400 people hanging out, which I very much appreciate. Guys, take a second of your time and hit that like button for me. I would really appreciate that. Go over here and check. Yeah, guys, we got a lot of Xbots coming to the stream today to dislike it. Let's counter their dislikes with some likes. Of course. So you saying you looked it up? He was 23. Okay. I guess MJ is the same age as him. But yeah, I mean, I think to just kind of wrap up this entire Spider-Man 2 conversation, guys. I mean, it's a great game from what I played so far. Only experienced a single bug, 10 hours in. I'm looking forward to just playing more of it. I can't wait. Again, I'm looking forward to a spoiler cast because I'm trying really hard not to rush through the story. Like I'm trying to do some side content and experience everything the game has to offer. I mean, I know if I wanted to rush through the story, I could do that and then just clean up everything after. But it's hard not to do that. It's the story's really good so far. But yeah, generally speaking, guys, I had very high expectations for Spider-Man 2. It's in most cases, it's living up to my expectations. There really isn't anything about the game. Like the biggest flaw I will say that I've experienced in the game so far is the performance mode and how it doesn't look as clean as the other games. That's my only real, true, genuine critique where it's like, okay, that feels like kind of a step back, but that's it. Like everything else, it feels great. It does. It feels great. It's living up. It's surpassing my expectations in some areas. I'm having a good time, and even playing in fidelity mode. And yeah, at this point, man, I mean, when we're finished Spider-Man, I'll move on to Alan Wake 2, probably move on to Lies of P after that. And then we'll be going into 2024. We got Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Then at that point, the door is open, man, for Sony to just come out and show us a roadmap. Show us what's next. Don't worry, MBG. The Pro will give you the resolution and frame rate you want. Yeah. I mean, if we're getting Spider-Man 2 in fidelity mode, looking the way it looks right now, with VRR, you can get up to 40. Like the thing about turning on VRR, I think you have to enable the 120 hertz just to get the 40 FPS mode. So you enable 120 hertz, fidelity bumps up to 40. But when you enable VRR, it actually bumps it beyond 40 in many instances. It goes up to 50. In some cases, it goes beyond that. If we can achieve that now, right, on just the base model PS5 with the way the game looks, with incorporating some of this technology, I firmly believe that when the Pro launches, we will be able to get games that look as good as Spider-Man 2 in fidelity mode at a solid 60 FPS. I honestly have no doubt about that at this point. I think that that's exactly what we can expect. It would be kind of weird if we couldn't, because then you would have to ask the question, like, if we can achieve this now with VRR and 120 hertz, then what the PS5 Pro should be able to achieve is significantly more than this, right? And if it's not, you would have to question what's even the point. So I think you're right, Capono. I do. So from this point forward, just going to chat with you guys a little bit before we bring the stream to a close. Chat about some other random things, since we've said everything. Right now I've said everything I need to say about Spider-Man. Now I'm going to defer to the chat, let you guys take it in any direction you want to for a little bit. Had a big day here. I'm actually just going to scroll up here and make sure I didn't miss any super chats or milestone chats, because they're kind of mixed in with the memberships. Hello, Leia. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. We need a showcase next month. I don't think we're getting a showcase next month. That would be really weird. I mean, that would truly be out of left field. Well, that's a random $10 super chat there from Mitul. He says, have you been watching anything lately? Yeah, so there are two things that I've been watching. One of them I just finished. I watched the new Netflix show, The Fall of the House of Usher, I think that's what it's called, which is the yearly Mike Flanagan show. That was really good. I enjoyed that. I've also been watching a Frasier reboot. Has anybody been watching Frasier? Do I have any Frasier fans here? On Paramount Plus, they just dropped the Frasier reboot, and I think they're releasing the episodes weekly. I think there's 3 episodes that I've watched so far, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, I was really nervous it was going to be trash, since it's like 20 years since that show ended, and they're trying to reboot it, and I'm like, I don't know, this could go sideways, but I was actually quite pleased with it. It was a lot better than I expected. Saying the dad passed since the original. Yeah, so in the first episode they had like a special memorial thing they did for him, which was really cool. I think his name is John Mahoney. He did a great job. Yeah, he was great in that show, man. I was actually really sad the day I heard he passed away. And so I was really happy to see that with the first episode they memorialized him. You're watching Loki right now. I watched the first season, but for some reason I have like no interest in watching the second. You just started watching The Walking Dead with your Grams. She's bugged the shit out of me too so far. Not too bad. I watched The Walking Dead for a while. I mean, I watched up until I think season 6 or 7, and then they just lost me. And I did see recently that there was a new trailer that came out for. They're bringing Rick Grimes back, I guess. I forget the name. It's going to be like a spinoff show where they're bringing him back, and that's not a spoiler. I mean, that they literally released the trailer, and I'm kind of thinking about watching that because I really like Rick Grimes' character. But yeah, The Walking Dead I watched for a long time, and I wish I could remember why I fell off of it. Because it wasn't for any one specific reason. I think I just kind of like, you know how it is with shows sometimes? Like you'll watch many seasons of the show and then you kind of just slowly start to slip away from it. And then it just fades. And then, before you know it, they're on season 11, the show's ending, and you're like, wait, what? Monarch on Apple TV. The trailers look good. I don't think I have Apple TV. I think I had like a free month or 2 for Apple TV, but it expired. Yeah, dude. One of the best things to come out of The Walking Dead is Coral. Coral. The Walking, dude, I will say, what I do remember about The Walking Dead is I never read the comics, but I remember when I saw the advertisements for the show, I think it came out in 2009. I was super hyped for it on AMC. I was like, dude, this show looks amazing. And I was really excited about it. And I had no idea it was going to blow up, obviously, to be a big success, but it was so weird to me because I thought it was going to be kind of like more of a niche thing and just maybe something that went on for like 2 or 3 seasons or something. And it ended up blowing up and being one of the biggest shows like ever for a while there. And I was like, God damn. But other than that, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be looking around to start, it's Halloween's coming up. I'm looking to watch some more horror movies. I know that there were some horror movies you guys recommended to me, and I always forget the names of them. But I'm going to start looking around for different horror movies to watch. So it's that time of the year. Yeah, I know like Daryl has his own spinoff show now, and Negan and what's her name? Maggie, I think her name is. They have their own spinoff show too. I should watch anime. I don't know that I could get into anime, man. I just don't know that I can. I don't know why. It just doesn't appeal to me. Enemy. Yeah, that's the movie you keep recommending to me. Enemy. Let me see where I can watch this. Is this movie everywhere? Enemy official trailer number 1, 2014, Jake Gyllenhaal. Is it on Prime Video? See it here. Okay, I'll keep this in mind. I feel like I've seen this before. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so I've seen parts of this movie, dude. I never knew that this is what the movie's called. I've seen parts of this movie. I remember seeing specific scenes. I think towards the end of the movie. I barely remember it though. So if I watched it, it would still feel fresh. But that's so weird. Because I'm like watching the trailer here. I'm like, this looks so familiar. And I read the plot of the movie and I'm like, oh shit. It's because I've seen parts of it. You're saying you hated Enemy, pretentious BS. That kind of makes me more interested in watching it. Because I don't know. Pretentious BS. That means it's either really good or really bad. If you have Peacock, watch along with The Gods Part 1 and 2. I don't know if I have Peacock anymore. I subscribed to Peacock for I think a month to watch the Twisted Metal show, which was actually pretty good. You're saying MBG would like Death Note? Would I? Now, Vinzer, you're saying the ending will confuse the hell out of you. I kind of like that. I like those types of stories. I don't like it when it's too confusing, though. There's nothing more annoying than watching a movie or a show where it's all about the twists and the turns and the unexpected, and you just don't understand. Not because you're like dumb, but just because it's like it doesn't come together nearly as well as it should. I think that's the difference between like mediocre storytelling and really excellent storytelling. Is excellent storytelling. I think excellent storytelling can still leave the door open for questions, but you at least have one solid answer. Just like one solid answer you can walk away with, and maybe other questions, or maybe it's just completely wrapped up with no more questions. But there's nothing worse than watching something and it's like, so what happened? What did I miss here? What was the conclusion? What was the answer? I hate that. Watch Akira. I've heard of it. You just finished watching 6 Feet Under. You say the ending was completely out of left field. MBG, I heard Propagation Paradise Hotel is scary on VR too. It's at this point it's difficult to determine when I'm going to dive back into VR too. I mean, I'm assuming the next time I'll dive into it is for RE4 Remake. You'll probably enjoy The Man from Nowhere. That sounds really familiar. The Man from Nowhere. Andrew says Paradise Hotel is amazing. The Man from Nowhere. (2010) action crime. Oh wow, this has insanely good ratings. It's a Korean film. Interesting. I swear I've seen that pop up before. To start One Piece, it's really short. I know enough about anime to know that that's a total lie. That's basically like a lifelong undertaking. Yeah, just start One Piece. No big deal, man. How do I afford so many video games all the time? I don't buy that many video games. I mean, there are periods of time where I don't buy many video games. Like there could be some, on rare occasion, there's like a whole month where I don't buy a game. It just really comes down to when stuff is releasing, and it's usually during this time of the year that it can become annoying because there are usually many different games I want to play, and most of them happen to be AAA games. And I don't mind. Like, I do not mind paying for games. I just don't like when they all release, or many of them release in a very condensed short time period. That's what I've always hated about the video game industry in the holiday season. It's so annoying. Fred says, if you enjoy the John Wick films, The Man from Nowhere, to me, was like the South Korean version of it before the Wick series. Oh, that's it. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, did you hear that they might make a John Wick 5 or whatever? I don't know about that, man. I feel like I watched John Wick 4 and I feel like the ending was great. Leave it as it is, and please try not to milk it dry. I think the fourth movie is also pushing it. I do. I mean, like, I watched all 4 John Wick films back to back, and I came to the conclusion that, okay, like, this is getting this is like one step away from getting really, really silly. And I can still take it seriously for the fourth movie if they end it, and they did. Like, they did it exactly right, where they're like, okay, we're pushing this pretty far. And before John Wick, I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm just saying they ended it perfectly. I don't think we need a fifth one. Was the fourth one better than the third? I think so, yeah. I mean, there were some insane action sequences, dude. In John Wick 4, the sequence with the nunchucks, and oh my god. I mean, it's genuinely impressive stuff that they were able to pull off with that movie. Even just like Keanu, like knowing how old he is, he's an older guy, and seeing some of the shit he was pulling off in that movie, assuming most of it wasn't a stunt double, which I don't think it was. MBG word on the Ghetto God says MBG word on the street is Xbox fans are saying John Wick is just more of the same. It kind of makes you wonder how Xbox fans felt about Gears 5, or like the new Forza that just came out. Heard it's just more of the same. Just rinse and repeat. Oh, man. Summer drought games, as usual. Yeah, dude. That always sucks about it wasn't that bad this summer, but it's usually like that, man, where there's just a summer drought of games, and everybody's preparing for their releases for the holiday. It's like, better start saving up now. He's still killing it. We need another better Matrix movie. Yeah, dude, the Matrix, oh man, there was nobody more excited for the Matrix reboot than me. It wasn't even a reboot, but it was a sequel, I was a major Matrix fanboy for a long time, especially that was really how I became such a massive fan of Keanu Reeves. And I had such high hopes for that fourth Matrix movie, and oh man, I'll just keep it real. They fucking ruined it, man. I mean, I remember when I was following that movie all the way up to its release, and I remember when I heard that Lawrence Fishburne wasn't going to come back as Morpheus, and I'm like, oh god, that's a mistake. And then I found out Hugo Weaving wasn't going to return as Agent Smith, and I'm like, oh no, nope, what are you doing, guys? What the fuck are you doing? And I really tried to convince myself that it could still be good. It could still be good. And then I watched it and I was like, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. But a lot of people feel like The Matrix 2 and 3 were bad too. Like, a lot of people feel like the only good Matrix movie was the first one. I disagree. There are some serious flaws with the second and third movies, but I still think they were really enjoyable. But I also understand the first Matrix movie, there's something truly special about it, where if they just made that movie and left it and didn't make a sequel, it would have been fine. I think The Matrix might be my favorite movie. I'd have to think about what my favorite movie of all time is, but The Matrix is insanely fucking good. Like, it is insanely good, man. I'm trying to think if there's any flaw with it. There really isn't. To me, The Matrix is almost like a perfect film. It didn't overstay its welcome. It answered questions. It obviously, again, like when I talk about storytelling, one of the greatest things about the ending of The Matrix 1 is it answered some big fucking questions. And one of the, like, the biggest question answers is he the one? Does the one really exist? Yes, he's the one. And he's the savior in a way. But then it also ended by leaving the door open for, like, who was he talking to on the phone? Who's he going after? And they could have left it at that and it would have been perfect. MBG, did they change it up too much? I think people wanted more of the same Matrix as the first one. Yeah, so with the last Matrix movie, the biggest problem I had with it, like, truthfully, it's like, okay, you don't want to bring back Lawrence Fishburne and Hugo Weaving. What made the last movie stupid was that they were basically shitting on the original movies. Like, it was The Matrix 4, if you watch it, is almost a parody of the original movie. And that's fucking absurd to me because it's like, dude, what I mean is this. When you watch The Matrix 1, everything is dead serious. Okay, there's no humor in that movie. Well, there is maybe some humor, but it's a movie and a world that takes itself, and a story that takes itself very seriously. Rightly so, because, you know, it's well acted, it's well written, the pacing is perfect, and you really begin to get a sense of, like, man, this is some serious shit. And basically what the movie asks you to do as the viewer is they want you to take this seriously too. And what the fourth movie did is they basically turned it into a joke. Like, they were making jokes at the expense of the original story, the original movie, and all the things that we once took seriously. It's like, isn't it just so silly and funny now? Like, no, it's not. Like, I took this shit pretty seriously, you know? Trinity's the one. I mean, a lot of people were upset about that too. About, yeah, Trinity became the one. And I'll be honest, like, that to me wasn't even the big problem, because if you think about Neo's character, the way that they had him kind of, I don't think he came off as weak. It's just that, I don't know. I kind of felt like that was believable for Neo's character, you know, in that, like, maybe he does, I guess I'm just saying I could see him kind of being okay with, you know, I'm not the one, and at least not anymore. And maybe it's just kind of, it's a shared thing. I could see his character being totally okay with that and embracing that, because if you think about Neo in the first movie, he really didn't want to be the one. He didn't believe he was, and it turns out that, like, he was, right? But then he finds out, I don't know, the Matrix, I love The Matrix because it's just it's a deeply philosophical movie. It's a movie that really, in a way, I don't even know that maybe the world was ready for it, but it was a movie that was ahead of its time, that when people saw it, they walked away saying, what I don't understand, I don't understand anything. And you had to really process all the symbolism, all the messaging, everything that was being conveyed. And I don't know. I think that it was an incredible movie. The fourth one was just so fucking weird, dude. I mean, they got that guy, Neil Patrick Harris, to be like the new architect or whatever, or bad guy. And it was just like, this is not working at all. Like, he is not meant to be a fucking villain in the Matrix universe. But yeah. Neo finds out he wasn't actually the one. There were many ones, many anomalies, and yeah, I mean, that's why I kind of do like the sequels a little bit, because, you know, the first movie, it really does tell you, like, oh, he is the one and he is special. And then in the second and third movie, mainly the third one, the second one, he finds out that you're not special. You know, you're just another iteration of something that already exists. And, you know, you're not actually unique in that way. And And it's interesting, man. I've always loved the Matrix movies, but the fourth one, frankly, shouldn't have happened. I'll just be real. The fourth movie shouldn't have happened. And I understand why Keanu was on board with it. I think Keanu, he looks at acting not so much from the lens of everything I do needs to be a big hit and a big success. I think he very much is passionate about acting and making movies and films. And he just gravitates towards many things that he knows he'll enjoy making. But yeah, it was a mistake. There's no doubt about it. It was a mistake, man. Oh man. Oh yes, dude. I knew there was something I was forgetting with the yes. Okay, so I totally forgot to mention in the fourth Matrix movie. You're right. I was like, there's something I'm missing here and I'm forgetting. They turned the events of the Matrix 1 through 3 into a computer game that Neo created. Like Neo, I forgot. Yeah, he was a famous game developer and he was like super famous and renowned and won all these awards. And the game he was famous for was the Matrix 1 through 3. And it's like, that's kind of clever. And I see where you're going with that. And I understand like how you come up with that idea on paper. That sounds really smart. But the execution was off because that is a good idea in a way for the Matrix to trick him again into getting back in the system while simultaneously not erasing his memory entirely. It kind of made sense, but the execution of how they handled that was off because they really fucking made it seem like it was just one big joke. And it's a tricky thing because it is a good idea, but it's a very risky one because executing that properly requires very careful maneuvering and a great deal of respect. And it can go wrong very easily. And I think it just went wrong because it was like, dude, the funniest shit, I will say, the movie had me laughing. And that to me was a big problem where it's like, it was funny in some instances where Neo was freaking out and having meltdowns and breakdowns because he couldn't believe what was happening, but it was funny. And I feel like that's what kind of fucked it up because it's like, dude, he went through this in the first one and there was nothing funny about it because it felt deadly serious. Like, dude, the Matrix is fucking real and you're in it. And he was like, this can't be like, I'm just saying it didn't handle the subject matter properly. It kind of poked fun at it a little bit. It had too much fun with it. And if this was like a different movie, maybe that would be fine. But it's like, dude, this is supposed to be the Matrix 4. I guess everything's just a joke now, you know? Like whatever. I guess Neo's just a fucking clown. Whatever. I'm about to fucking rewatch that movie and give my thoughts on it. Cause like, I don't know, man. I think I almost tried to erase it from my memory, frankly. I think I tried to just erase it from my memory and just not think about it. Because I was so hopeful. I was like, dude, Keanu's on the top of his game right now. He's got John Wick. People love him. And I was going to make a comeback as my favorite character that I ever played in Neo. Let's do it. And instead, it was a fucking colossal flop. But I mean, I can't blame you. You're saying you never want to watch The Matrix 4. Don't, man. Don't. There's no need to. It doesn't. It only serves to ruin things that came before it. So, yeah. Oh my God, dude. The more I'm sitting here thinking about it, the more shit that's coming back to my mind. The ending of that, not even the ending, the closing act, the third act of that movie was fucking stupid. Oh my God. Do you guys remember, like, for those of you who see it, do you remember, like, basically everybody became zombies, bro? It became like zombies. Like, it was like zombie hordes. I'm like, what the actual fuck is happening with this movie right now? Holy shit. I'm stop making me remember this movie. God damn it. Yeah, apparently the Hellboy reboot was really bad too. That's the thing with these reboots, man. And that's actually interesting. That's why I mentioned the Frasier reboot, because you always get really nervous when you see shit you love coming back being rebooted. It can go really, really badly. It can go really badly, and it can actually like ruin. I don't say ruin a legacy, but it tarnish it a little bit. And I don't know how other people feel about the new Frasier reboot, but I think they're doing it really well. One of the biggest concerns about the Frasier reboot that I had is they weren't bringing back older characters. For those who know Frasier, he has his brother Niles. They didn't bring the actor back. Obviously the John Mahoney played his father. He passed away, and everybody there's no returning characters except Frasier, and there's a whole new cast. And I was really nervous that oh man, I think they might fuck it up. But so far, it hasn't been perfect, but it's been pretty good so far. And Kelsey Grammer, shout out to Kelsey Grammer's. He played Beast in X-Men 3, and he also cameoed in Days of Future Past, I think. But he's great as Frasier. What streaming platform? Paramount Plus. I think they have the first episode for free on their YouTube channel to kind of get you hooked on it. So you'll go subscribe. But yeah, it's on Paramount Plus. So, yeah. Oh my God. Dude, why are you making me remember more of The Matrix 4? I blanked it out of my head. You're like Neo spamming bullet shield the whole movie. Oh my God. I forgot how stupid that was. Oh my God. Yeah. They took something that was such a critical revelation and just an insane moment in the first movie. And even they handled it with respect in the second movie. They didn't overuse it, with him blocking bullets. And they were just like, in the fourth movie, he's just going to hold out his hand the whole time. He blocks everything. That's Neo. He just holds out his hand. He blocks everything. And I'm like, okay, guys, that's not exciting. That's really stupid. Whatever. I mean, it would have been cool to see it. I know, after the first movie, he didn't really have to use guns, but I don't know. Anyway, I think that's I think that's going to do it for this stream, guys. We went kind of off the rails here, but I had fun. I had fun talking about some movie stuff. So yeah, I think that's going to bring this stream to a close. And what a crazy stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope some of you guys found it. You guys, dude, you guys keep going. You guys keep reminding me of all these different scenes in The Matrix 4. I'm just gonna end the stream. I don't want to see anymore. I don't remember anymore. All right, guys. Before I head out, though, I do want to. I gotta do an outro here and give you guys a massive thank you. I do. I have to give a big shout out to this community because we had a insane membership train occur at the beginning of the stream where we reached 154 members. And the only reason I have my fucking goal up at 200 is just because it was happening so rapidly. I didn't know where to put it at. So 154 members today. That's an absolutely massive number. Big shout out to you guys, as always, for continuing to support the channel and, being the sponsors of the channel and also being so generous to other community members here. So if you gifted memberships today, you get a big thank you from me. And it's awesome. It's awesome to see. I also want to give a big shout out to everybody who donated super chats. You guys are also just as important, playing a different role here, but certainly just as important at when it comes to supporting the channel. So between everything, thank you guys so much. If it wasn't for your support, there would be no stream, there would be no show, and there would be no conversations or discussions to be had. So big shout out to this community. And I also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for all of the streams. And he does a great job. If you see those timestamps in the comment section, make sure you reply to them and give Devil Shooter a thank you. I see somebody in the chat saying there's a Matrix remake supposedly happening. Oh, God. No. Really? Is there truth to that? I got to look this up before I end the stream. The Matrix remake. Let me see. Where did you hear this? Because I'm not seeing anything pop up. Oh, wait, The Matrix. Oh, no, that's an article from 2017. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about a remake, which look, I'm all about remakes sometimes, but in this case, we don't need it. I think I speak for everyone when I say we don't need a Matrix remake. If they want to ever like explore the universe and just go and like, you know, they've done things like the Animatrix and whatnot, and they've always alluded to this like larger like world, of course, and all this different lore. If they ever want to do something like totally spun off, completely separate, maybe that's where they could find some success, but a reboot, no. Anyway, all right, guys, that does it. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Make sure you hit that like button on your way out, and I will catch you back here with another stream on Tuesday, same time. Or actually, no, not same time. I'm not sure. You guys are going to want to be on. I should have said this earlier. I totally forgot. Maybe I'll put a post out. Be on the lookout this Tuesday. I might be doing my stream at a later time than normal. It might actually be like an afternoon or evening stream. So just be on the lookout for that. But either way, we will be doing another stream on Tuesday. So that does it, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. Until then, take care.